Order, I think we have quorum.
You're good?
Yeah, I am.
So I said, let's next week have like a proper meeting.
No, that's fine.
Talking through it. Other than that, I think we're okay. The only question I was saying on the Dental's question about the 4-year thing.
4 and the 1.
I'm not sure that we wouldn't have to renegotiate the contract.
No, you might have to redo it, re-RFP it.
Which means we're going to have a lag.
No, that might not be the right thing to do, but that's a question he should ask.
Yes, it's a legal question.
Does it mean, can we do that?
Yeah.
He wants to reduce the contract to 4+1 instead of 5+1.
What we can't have is a lag in between.
Right.
Order, board members. Hey, Rick. Yes, I'm going to move it. I think Shelley will go for it. Order. We get board members in their seats so we can get out of here in some timely fashion before 7 or 8 at night. Good afternoon. I'm going to call the meeting to order. I'm pretty sure we've got quorum. Are there any declarations of conflict of interest in accordance with the Municipal Conflict of Interest Act? Seeing as there's none, can I ask for a motion to approve the minutes of Monday, January 27? Commissioner Lalonde, all in favor, done. I am going to, first of all, I wanted to just propose something to the board and explain it to the public. We currently have over 24 deputations, and I'm very concerned the meeting will go very late, and my experience is when it goes really late, people's focus is lost, and I'm going to suggest that all board members and all deputants be limited to 3 minutes. So that applies to us as well as to the public. And there's my motion to 3 minutes. And we've done this previously when we've had large numbers of deputants so that we can hear everybody, give everybody a chance, but everybody's got to be focused, including the board. So is there any discussion about that proposal to change our order of proceeding today? All in favor of that? Okay, done. Now I'd like to go through the agenda and ask for holds and suggest where there probably aren't any. So item 1, CEO's report, we're going to get a verbal update from Rick. Item 2, we're going to hold for a verbal presentation from ACAD Chair Mazen Aribi. Item 3, it is an in-camera report, but the recommendation I think has been read by everybody on the board, and I'm going to suggest that we move it for approval, staff's recommendation for item 3.
Mr. Chair, could you say the names of the items? I'm just busy getting logged on here until I get logged.
That's totally reasonable. That's the Summerhill Station second exit entrance authorization of third-party design, construction, and property acquisition. And that's a new entrance at the south, towards the south end of the Summerhill platform. Okay? So I have a motion from Commissioner Lalonde to approve the staff recommendation. All in favor? On item 4, Long Branch Loop Mississauga Transit License, this is a continuation of a long-standing relationship. Can I have a motion to approve the staff recommendation? Councillor Bradford, all in favor? Florist Young Station Capacity Improvements Procurement Amendment Authorization, we've already approved this in principle previously. This is just an amendment to something we've already decided to do. Can I have a motion to?
Can I hold this, though?
Yes,
I do have
can.
a question, yeah.
Okay, no problem. Item 6, and we're definitely going to hold that. Item 7 and 8. Yes, sorry?
On 6, I'm going to ask the camera.
Okay. Maybe we should put that to the end of the meeting then.
Sure.
Because we're going to do our in-camera items at the end of the meeting. We have a couple of in-camera items, the Presto contract, for example. So I'm going to suggest.
And we'll hear the depth before.
Yeah, we'll hear all the deputations before we go on camera, but I'm recommending that item 6 be deferred to the end of the agenda. Councillor Karygiannis?
Thank you, Chair. We do not have an
I have one.
No.
Sorry.
Item 6, there's no, thing. So can I ask why we're going?
Okay. 7 and 8 are related, and I was going to suggest that we have staff make a presentation on 7 and 8 together. We hear deputations on 7 and 8 together, and we decide on the items together. We decide them individually, but we decide them sequentially at the same time. Item 9, I presume there's no hold requested. That's our doing what we've been asked to do on the anti-racism strategy. Do I have a motion to approve the recommendation?
I have some questions there. Thanks.
Go for it. Item 10 and 11, we're going to hold that, and I'm going to propose, can we deal with that together? Yeah, we'll deal with that together as well. And there actually isn't very much overlap on presentations there. Item 12, flexible work plan, audit risk and compliance. Would the chair of the audit committee like to make some brief comments about that item as it's already been to your committee?
Yes, this was reviewed and approved at the audit committee subject to board approval. I'd be pleased to recommend it for board approval.
So I'm taking that as a motion to approve the audit committee's recommendation by Commissioner Lalonde. All in favor? Done. Item 13. I have a motion to adopt the recommendation of City Council and refer the item to staff. Anybody want to speak to it, or everybody in favor? Councillor Carroll, can I assume you've moved the motion? Great. All in favor? Item 13. Item 14, air quality Dufferin Street corridor. I'd ask for a motion to adopt the recommendations of City Council and refer the item to staff for a report. Councillor McKelvey, all in favor? Done. Item 15, notice of motion, DVN Connects recommended interim transit solutions. We're going to hold that for a deputation. Item 16, funding for 5 years. Hold it. Okay. Item 17, modernizing TTC fare evasion strategy. We have deputations on that. Item 18, we have a deputation on that, and that's at the end, which will fit with our carrying item 6 to the very end. And new business, streetcar and track noise at the intersection of King Street East and Sumac Street. I believe this is a request by Councillor Wong Tam, and we have deputations which we would be pleased to hear. So I'll hold that. So the items that are going to be, I just wanted to, this is me making sure that I understand what we're doing. We'll have the item 18 at 6 at the very end. And we will hire deputations on both items before we go in camera. Then we'll go back out in public and make a decision in public. So, it was approved. So, we go back to the CEO's report.
Thank you, Vice Chair Heisey. Good afternoon, everyone. First, I'm going to start off and let you know the executive team and myself were thrilled to recognize the TTC's Best of the Best at our annual awards and recognition ceremony earlier this month. This is the organization's opportunity to really thank its employees for their dedication and commitment. And I'd like to highlight some of our 2020 winners right now. First on the screen, we have Jacob, who's a tower controller. He won our safety award. His keen recommendations led to a new safety feature for wayside supervisors and tower controllers to enhance the protection of ATC signal crews working at track level. Very ingenious. Ida and Annie work in plant and IT services respectfully. They shared an Innovation and Creativity Award for creating a comprehensive drainage system inspection and asset management program. Their computerized application streamlines data entry, reduces duplication, and improves the compliance for environmental regulations. And now we have Shari. She's the divisional manager and winner of our leadership award. Shari constantly goes above and beyond as a coach and mentor to her peers. Her exceptional understanding of her attendance management program, combined with her genuine empathy, has led to an overall improvements in success at her bus division. Nelson, Marciano, and Trevor make up our Arrow Road bus maintenance team. They actually won our teamwork award. The coach technicians worked tirelessly through the night assisting Toronto police to identify vandalism to many TTC buses parked on our property. And without their efforts to help the police with this investigation, the division would not have made morning pull-out service. Next, we have Matthew. He's a senior construction inspector in the elevating device section. He earned the Customer Service Award as well as was named our Employee of the Year. Matthew was given the responsibility for the Line 3 Escalator Life Extension Program. His efforts improved controller quality. He sourced equipment that reduced injury to our employees and enhanced work efficiency. Overall, the section reduced escalator downtime by more than 9,500 hours, thus improving customer service extremely. One of the things that we had in discussion, because it's very difficult to make the selection with so many talented employees as there, is during the course of the year when I was speaking with Gemma Piamontis and all the different staff, we used to say it's so important, especially during the upload discussions, to do a good job. Don't give anybody any reason to think we don't do a good job. And Matthew was one of those that talked about during his submission, reliability, on-time performance, downtime, and customer service. We were thrilled. So I want to just say congratulations to all our winners as well as the finalists. Thank you. Now, each year, the TTC supports a variety of inclusive and cultural functions across the TTC that are reflective of the communities we serve. February is Black History Month, and for the last few years, employees at our Mount Dennis Bus Division have celebrated with the many amazing contributions that Black Canadians have made to our city. Activities at the division last week included dance, music, special readings, and a variety of great foods. I'm incredibly proud of the volunteers, the divisional management, and union representatives that come together to support this annual event. And as noted in our status update on the Ombudsman's recommendation and the TTC's anti-racism strategy, staff have developed a framework for a system-wide anti-racism strategy and is working in partnership with the City of Toronto's Confronting Anti-Black Racism Unit to roll out a learning and development initiative for all staff. The TTC is also committed to learning more about the experiences of Toronto's diverse communities that take transit. Consultations are anticipated to begin this spring to learn about community concerns regarding racial bias and racial profiling. Its aim is to identify ways to address concerns and restore public trust and confidence in all aspects of our operation. Commission, as you know, last week, Council overwhelmingly passed the city's 2020 budget that included major investments in the TTC. And as was stated by the mayor, the 2020 budgets included the most significant investment in upgrading our transit system in the city's history, doubling our 10-year capital budget plan to $11.9 billion. I'd just like to take this opportunity now to thank staff publicly for the fine work they did putting this budget together. And I'm also grateful to this board for their guidance in the planning of the document, as well as City Council for recognizing the importance of the TTC as an essential city service for building. I also would like to say that we would have never have imagined that 10 months after releasing a document for the first time, a capital investment plan, advising the city that there was a $33.5 billion need, that within 10 months, the first $4.6 billion investment came. So that's pretty remarkable, and thank you for that. On the operating side, not only were we able to preserve the great gains we've made, but enhances to our service at a time of increased growth and demand are in front of us. For example, we added 128,000 hours of new service, 121 new operators, and 50 additional constables, special constables. We're hiring more constables specifically focused on fare evasion, and they'll be deployed based on where we see the greatest rate of fare evasion occurring. Over the past couple of weeks, I've had the opportunity to join some of the fare inspection teams on their assignments in various routes. And I was also joined by Commissioner Bradford on one of these inspections as well, and I'm very appreciative of that. I've seen our teams focus their efforts on people who do not pay or don't attempt to pay, not people who can't pay. I want to stress that. There is no question that it's a difficult job that they do, and encounters vary from person to person. At the same time, I was very heartened, to be honest with you, to see customers show gratitude for the work that they're doing as they're out there doing their job. It was very apparent that they were respected for their security, safety, customer service, and revenue protection functions. Our teams do a great job, often in challenging circumstances, and I'd like to take this moment to thank and acknowledge just a few of the individuals that I've asked to come here today. And what I'd like the board to do in the middle of there, I'm going to ask each one to stand up. So they all stand up. Would Tennyson Ramsey stand up for me, please? Tennyson, thank you for coming out with us. Alicia Gatson, could you stand up, Alicia? Thank you. Okay, I'm going to try this one. She always gets, I call her Seb, but Silvia Kaelisa. Did I come close, Seb? Thank you. And Michael Williams. Michael, if you'd stand up. Thank you. I just want to say from personally and publicly what a great job these individuals do, and it was an honor to be out there with them, and as well as the other men and women that wear your uniform. Thank you. I'll move on. You know, the subject of the child Presto cards has been received considerable media attention as of late. The TTC is losing $12 million in fare revenue due to an illegal use of child cards. And as you're aware from my email last week, we're reviewing the feasibility of eliminating child cards altogether. Now, kids would still have the ability to ride our system free, however, without the need of a payment card, and it's just being reviewed now. This would mean that adults that would have no means of purchase fraud cards in the future, and those using child cards illegally would no longer have access to the system. Staff are doing a very strategic review of this option right now, and it's my intent to be able to report back to this board within the 30 days as I outlined in the email. Last year, the City of Toronto launched its first resiliency strategy. The strategy presents an approach to build a more resilient Toronto and aims to reduce the consequences of changing climate. We're looking at how transit resilience can be best integrated across our current and future programs. We're also taking a proactive approach and considering all potential hazards, such as flooding, as you see in the picture, as well as what mitigating initiatives we can take as well. Ultimately, the goal is to create a safer, more reliable, and more robust network. We plan to bring back to this board our resiliency plan in Q4 of 2020. Now, I have a few short items to bring up as well. So, Commissioners, since it was publicly announced that Bombardier would be selling their rail division to the French manufacturer Alstom, I have been on the phone with the president of both companies regarding their ongoing commitments to the TTC, and it was very positive. Not only was their feedback positive, but I can tell you that I'll make it a point to report back to this board on a regular basis as the two companies work through their process. They've advised me it would be a 12 to 18-month process for regulation. Next, I'm going to move on. You also got an email yesterday, and we're really excited to announce that this past weekend, the TTC crews completed work on the new section of the ATC signaling system, and it's now in service, no longer just to St. Patrick, but around the U to Queens Station. This is an extension of 5 stations and well beyond the boundary, so we're really excited about that. And it's been moving very, very nicely. We're looking at this as great for our customers and great for ourselves from the reduction of the delays that have occurred from that older signal system that's close to 70 years old right now. I'd also like to advise the board that our investigations into the causes of the recent derailments on both Line N1 and 2 are ongoing, and I will provide the board with an update on those investigations once they are complete. And next, we have, just as a quick reminder, that myself, Vice Chair Heisey, ACAT Chair Uribe, the Chief Capital Officer Susan Marie Tanaka, and Mayor Tory will be at Royal York Station tomorrow at 1 p.m. To officially celebrate the accessibility of the escalator service in the station. So everybody is welcome. And finally, my remarks wouldn't be complete if I didn't mention Robert Campbell. Mr. Campbell passed away on January 30th at the age of 83. And if he looks familiar to you, that's because Mr. Campbell was here where we celebrated his 50 years of service back in December. So, I tell you that Mr. Campbell joined the TTC in 1969, and he worked in Signal's entire career And Gemma Piamontis and I had a good opportunity to sit with him a few months ago when we went looking for him. And, people talk about the fact how he mentored individuals. And literally in the back room, Gemma and I went in, and he was sitting with 8 young individuals, new hires, going over schematics page by page. And they had told us how important it was that he did this for them before he retired, because they needed to carry on that knowledge that'll be here for years. So my heart does go out to Mr. Campbell for that. And with that, Vice Chair, that concludes my opening remarks.
So any questions on the CEO report? Councilor Minnan-Wong.
Yes, is the CEO able to report on the recent announcement that the Eglinton Crosstown is going to be further delayed?
Through you, Chair, I've had discussions as of Friday with the CEO of Metrolinx regarding the delay. We just had a discussion regarding the box, which I had sent a briefing note to you folks so you could understand what had happened on the box of our system. But he does not have a time frame for us right now on when we returning.
Sorry, what the box is? Okay.
So we at the Eglinton Station, the box of the station. I'm just going to look to. We'll ask Susan if she'll mention it.
Thank you. We were notified of the signal conduit the conduit had corroded underneath the bottom of the box, or at the bottom of the box. We were notified at the end of November. We worked with Metrolinx and CTS on a repair, and that repair work was completed at the end of January. The signals that were in those conduits historically have been rerouted and are no longer used, and as we progress the ATC project, we won't need those signal cables at all. And I think that's about it. Oh, the reason why we had to do the repair was there was going to be a supporting beam for the underpinning in that location. So we worked with them to repair the bottom of the slab, or the invert of supporting our track, so that the beam could safely carry the load.
Okay, so the box are you describing the intersection? What's the...
So the structural unit, which is shaped like a box, is structural unit immediately north of the station, is being underpinned and supported so that the LRT station below can be constructed.
Okay, and that problem's fixed?
I beg your pardon?
That problem's fixed?
Oh, yes, it was fixed by the end of January.
So that's not... So the delay is caused by what?
I am not privy to all the details of the delay.
So they haven't told us why it's being delayed?
Through you, Chair, what they acknowledged was a 3-month delay due to the box, but they have not acknowledged the entire delay or the time frame of the new scheduling of turning the system on.
So so there was a 3-month delay.
Two, Rick.
Sorry.
November, okay.
Sorry, how long is the delay now?
From the end of November to the end of January.
But how long are they projecting that they're going to delay an opening?
Through you, Chair, we do not have that information at this time. They're still working on that.
But it was 2021, now it's 2022. Late 2022. Yeah. So the idea that this box has somehow contributed to the delay, it doesn't really, on the face of it, it doesn't sort of measure up to a 3-month delay that's already been solved versus something that could be as much as 12 months. It just doesn't fit that they're accounting.
They're absolutely right. They just acknowledged to me that it was a contributing factor, but it was not the sole factor.
And they haven't reported about the reasons for the delay in the opening of the LRT. Do we need a motion to get an explanation because I think most people really want to know why this delay is taking place, an explanation for our transit riders. And do we need a motion to ask you to request an explanation about why the LRT is being delayed up to another 12 months? And give us a little bit more focus in terms of...
I would indicate it would be out of order, unfortunately, because this is an information item. I'd appreciate the CEO's insight as to whether a motion would assist him.
Can I maybe say, instead of bringing a motion to the next meeting, it might be more practical if CEO would take it as a direction.
Commissioner Osborne.
Just a question, if we have any information about the extent to which the TTC service could be impacted if there's a labor stoppage with CUPE?
416?
Yeah,
Yes.
no?
Well, I'm chair of the Labor Relations
But
Committee.
it's a TTC issue, right? So-
No, it's not 416.
No, but I don't see there being an implication for us. We should ask our staff.
But carry on.
Chairman, for you, Chair. Chairman, do you have any information? Have you been advised by the city on the impact, potential impact?
No.
No, I didn't think so.
I just said unless there's something like they did in Belleville, I don't.
Sir, Mr. Chair, I'm chair of the Labor Relations Committee for the city.
Tell us what you
And of
know.
the 5,000 members of 416, none of them work for the TTC. I don't know if that helps you.
The only reason I'm asking is I read in the press clippings about the various entities that could be impacted by a labor disruption, and one of them was the TTC, and we hadn't had any information on it, so I thought I would just inquire if it's one of those ones where it's only if people use TTC facilities to express discontent, or if there is something else.
So not to make this a conversation, the one actually interesting question would be if the TTC stations are picketed. Yes, that would be the only impact that I could see.
Can you help us with that?
They're working with the city to discuss some of the mitigation strategies, and right now specifically, I understand that they're discussing fueling and salting.
You can't think of any other issues that might impact us? So that would be a general impact on the transportation network. It wouldn't be specific to the TTC, or would it affect our station facilities as well?
It will depend on where the picketing is. So if the picketing is outside of our stations, then we'll need to be concerned about those issues.
Right? Yeah. Strasburg. Councillor Karygiannis.
Thank you, Chair and the CEO, for the report. You mentioned the figure, if I'm not mistaken, something like $70 million that we lose from people using childcare, and then you went on to say that children will be allowed to ride for free.
For clarity,
Would that be correct?
It was $73 million in the revenue loss through fear evasion. You'll see that in the report in the presentation today. It equates to about $12 million for those found using child cards that are adults.
So we're going to discontinue the child cards?
So what I've asked staff to do is do an assessment of the need for child cards. Okay, we do that. Those under 12 can get on a streetcar, they can get on a bus. There's a staffing there. You can go through the main entrance of a station where there's staffing there. Is there a need for a child card, or is there another means of possibly getting around it? We've talked about having different color cards for a long time. We also know that individuals keep their cards in their wallets and their pocketbooks, and so we're just looking at other means because we're finding a lot of adults using child cards.
There's some countries that people get to ride their transit, and the transit is for free. I mean, I know in European countries, there's some hours, and some other countries that have it totally for free. Have we done a study to see what the cost would be per household or per person to move in that direction? Has there any thought been given to that?
To the chair, I'm not sure if Josie heard that. I know right now we generate about $1.3 billion through the fare box. So Josie, the question, if you just repeat the question for Josie, sir.
My question is, have we given any consideration and look at models that exist out in other parts of the world where the transit is free? If this costs us $1.3 billion a year, what would the cost be per household if we were to pass this on taxes? So you avoid having to have What would it be per household? Okay.
Yeah. Let me get back to you on that. But sincerely, we would have to replace the 1.3 billion in revenue.
By a million households?
I believe we're about 460,000 households in the city of Toronto.
Sorry, there's, in my writing, I got 30, so is the number 400 correct? Like in my ward, I got 36,000 households. If there's 25 wards, you're looking at about 36 times 25. I don't want to sound a figure and it's wrong.
Yeah, through the chair. I believe the number is somewhere in under 500,000 households in the city of Toronto that contribute to our property tax.
And what would that be yearly per household, the cost?
Well, you have to take the average household, which is roughly a household that has a tax bill of around $3,200. I'm just going by memory, Councillor, in terms of my former role at the city. So they would be paying taxes of about roughly $3,000. So you would have to then look at that value over the number of households. We could get you the calculation, but I think
It's 1.2 billion divided by what, 500,000?
3 billion. But I think the key issue is that we have a fare policy review that we're doing this year to look at the fare structure.
My calculator could be wrong, but I come up with a figure of $240. If I'm wrong, please correct me. Per house.
Yes.
288. So it's $1 a day, which is less than buying. So everybody, okay. If you can find those figures and revert back to me.
We could get the
Appreciate it.
actual
Thank you.
calculation.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Councillor Carroll?
I lost my train of thought.
Anybody else have a question while Councillor Carroll's...
I was
like
waiting
those
for you to
numbers.
get to $1 a day because we calculated it out once, and it's about $1 a day per ratepayer account. If you per ratepayer account in the city of Toronto, if you wanted to have free transit, you would still have to do your subsidy, but it would now be all in. And then say goodbye to ever bringing the province on board. Anyway, I'm not going down the same road, but just refresh my memory for the matrix going forward. Now we're into the next year. What was the projected annual ridership by the time we got to the end of the budget process? We're working on, what's our annual projection?
So we're at 533 million, I believe.
Okay, we did. Okay, so we're at 533 million rides. In looking at the KPI, I'm always meaning to ask this question because I always stop on it. Why is the ridership on Wheel-Trans not applicable when we're doing KPI? Do we set a target there? Because we look at cancellations and we look at customer satisfaction, but we're not looking at ridership itself. We call that not applicable in the KPI.
Through you, Chair, I'll jump into this. This is the first month we've actually added that non-applicable. Many people have asked me why you're having so many red X's on something that is very hard to describe. On overall ridership, when we try to trend, we're doing it based on the need of the revenue collection. In this case, when it comes to Wheel-Trans, we're focused real hard in improving the family of services service.
Yes.
So that individuals are more apt to take the conventional service. And I'm going to ask Dwayne, because I know we recently did a survey on the number of people that would have typically have taken Wheel-Trans on a historical basis, but people that when we do the survey now are just opting to take conventional without losing their opportunity to take Wheel-Trans. So what we did is, it's not a negative, and we didn't want to come off as it appears a negative for not making that. So that's why this month we changed it.
Well, then maybe I'll skip, now that you're at the microphone, I'll skip right to my next question. The one that I asked if we could try and develop a metric around it, which is how often are we able to satisfy what is exactly the request of the client. We measure whether we're on time of the time that we agree to pick them up, but how often are we unable to satisfy the time they would like to be picked up when they first call? Are we making any progress on turning that into a metric?
Yes, so we've started looking at that already and starting gathering some of that data. And what's difficult about it is that when a customer selects a ride, what they get are options. So we'll try and so they select 1 o'clock, we'll try and get them on that slot. If it's not available, what will happen is the reservationist, whoever they'll get a list of maybe 3 or 4 different times that they can select. So the metric that we're looking at providing, and we're hoping to get that to you soon, is a metric that shows how often does a customer get their ride within 30 minutes, and a percentage related to that. How often they get
minutes of when they want it.
When they want the time,
okay,
right? And then beyond an extended window of a time beyond 30 minutes, and then a time beyond 60 minutes. So we're going to be able to get you percentages based on those 3 different categories.
Excellent. So you are still working on it.
Yes.
I wanted to check in on that.
Yep.
And then the other thing I wanted to ask about is on page 12, we get into a little bit of now talking about how the 5-year fare policy is going to proceed. I'm just wondering, I can't remember if we got these initially or not. Are there going to be terms of reference? I'm a little concerned. You know, we talked about this and a lot of things that came up in budget, both here and at the city budget. We said, well, it's all going to be part of the 5-year fare policy review. We're kind of lobbing motions at it. Will we get a terms of reference if we're tendering out for a consultant and we're setting terms there? Does the board, do the riders, and do council all have an idea of the scope of this review so that we're all on the same page about what it's going to bring back to us and what it isn't going to bring back to us? I'm a little worried that we're starting to think it's going to tell us everything in the universe.
Through you, Mr. Chair, we have written a scope which we're taking out to the market, and based on some of the questions that we've received at the board, we've allowed for the scope to be quite large. One of our first steps will be to create the stakeholder groups and to get advice on what are the most important questions to ask. But we've heard, I think once Commissioner McKelvey said, are we going to look at a zero fare like we were just talking about? Are we going to look at a full cost recovery fare like the Toronto Water, where it's like a rate, and that subsidies are offered to people through other administrative means through City Hall? So we're going to sort of at the front end ask ourselves those boundary questions. And then I understand that Council's asking questions about what about a 50-50? What about a 50% revenue to cost ratio I just saw in the budget approval? So I think at the front end we need to ask those questions, but then we also need to say what concessions should exist, how are we going to enable integration, all that sort of stuff, and then how are we going to collect it is going to be part of it all too. So if it's of interest to the board, I'll look to the board's direction or the CEO. We'd be happy to bring a sort of framing document to have that conversation with the board, and also make sure that we get stakeholder input.
Councillor Carroll, I have failed spectacularly in trying to control people to 3 minutes.
Oh, sorry.
So I do not want to be criticized by members of the public for.
Sorry.
And no, it's my mistake. I didn't keep track of it. It's faster than I'm used to, and I've got to get used to the pace of 3-minute presentations.
Okay, no problem. I'll ask them later in reports and be a total pain.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, everyone. It's always good to see you guys here. So today I'm going to read for you the highlights from ACAT December 19, 2019. Sound a little bit old, but it's have a lot of goodies. So as part of ongoing efforts to improve transit services, TTC enters into agreements with third parties to create new and accessible subway station entrances. There are several types of third-party entrances, and each may have differing accessibility requirements. A, an entrance within a third-party building that employs an elevator, escalators, or stairs directly connecting street level to a level within a subway or an LRT station. This type may also have one or more connections between elevator lobbies and adjacent third-party spaces, and may involve short connecting corridors to the subway LRT station. Type B, an entrance within a third-party building that makes use of elevators within the building's main elevator banks. This type would require travel within the third-party building, both from street to the elevator bank and from the elevator bank to a building entry into the TTC subway or LRT station. Now, type C, a third-party entrance into a subway / LRT station that employs means that do not include an elevator. This type of entrance may include escalators, stairs, a ramp, or simply be a direct connection to a floor level within a third-party building. ACAT is concerned that station entrances that are less than accessible will become a barrier within the TTC Rapid Transit network. Therefore, ACAT in December moved a motion in the interest of removing physical barriers for customers with disabilities. ACAT recommends the following to the board regarding the issue of third-party station entrances. 1, that as a condition of connections to a TTC subway or LRT station, an applicant be required to 1, first, comply with Ontario Building Code and CSA standards, B651 accessible design for the built environment, for new construction along any entrance route. Second, for type A entrances, employ an elevator that, in addition to complying with the Ontario Building Code, also complies with the TTC requirements for this type of installation. Third, for any doors along the entrance route, provide power doors. 2, that where a subway or LRT station already has a barrier-free entrance containing an elevator complying with TTC requirement, no relief be given to a third party applying to construct an additional entrance, whether or not it employs an elevator. Example, that new entrance would still be required to comply with all items in section 1 above. 3, that the TTC staff, with the assistance of ACAT, review TTC elevator requirements to determine which accessibility features beyond those required by code should be contained in TTC requirements for third-party elevators. This motion provides more information and background to help flush out the similar related motion by TTC Vice Chair Alan Heisey. The two motions support each other. The motion was approved unanimously. At our Communications Subcommittee, members can continue to work on the First On, Last Off campaign that will run in all vehicles and subway stations and will have a positive impact on boarding and deboarding the buses. For the new station model that places collectors out of booths and circulating among us customers on bus platforms and subway platforms, members advised on improving communications using the passenger assistant intercom, PAIs, at designated waiting area and at elevators. Finally, on a positive note, all surface vehicles, routes, buses, and streetcars are now 100% accessible. To me, it's a milestone, actually. Also, thank you. Yeah. Thank you. Also, Royal York subway station is the most recent station to be comfortably accessible with elevators, wayfinding signage, an accessible entrance with automatic sliding doors. It is the 46th subway station with a funded plan to develop a fully accessible subway station by 2025. Our next ACAT meeting, to which you are all invited, is this Thursday, February 27, at 1900 Young, 7th floor boardroom, 1 p.m. to 3:30 p.m. It's truly a good feeling to connecting the dots, knowing that all surfaces are accessible, and the next is to tackle the subway stations one by one with a funded plan. It's a great feeling, personal feeling, really. That's my report.
Thank you very much. Any questions? Councillor McKelvey.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Mr. Aribi, the Eglinton Crosstown, how has your group been engaged with Metrolinx, or have you at all, in those discussions on accessibility on this new line?
So the Eglinton Crosstown, when they started, my opinion, they did come to ACAT. However, we did not have a detailed look at the designs, and we had wished that they had listened in the beginning. However, on a positive note, recently we feel that they did come along and they start to consult with ACAT. In fact, the most recent changes that ACAT advocate for about with regard to the buttons, the control panels inside the elevators, they accommodated that change, and they went out and changed almost all the line except 3 stations to become according to what ACAT advises, to be consistent with the TTC standards. Going forward beyond the Eglinton Crosstown, the Finch West LRT, everything now it's in place that they will come to ACAT and to show us the design, which is they did, and they took our feedback, and we're happy about the process. There is a much better working relationship between ACAT and the TTC with Metrolinx, and we hope that continues.
So right now, you're confident that that discussion is ongoing and there's a good working relationship. You don't feel you need anything from us to advance your cause and facilitate that conversation?
We're always afraid of change. So the end goals, yes, we would like to maintain this relationship and monitor it should there is any derailment. But I feel confident now that they are coming to ACAT and taking our advice, and it's a very nice relationship now.
So, and given that once the Eglinton Crosstown opens, this is supposed to be seamless to move from one vehicle type to the other, as that conversation progresses, if you feel there's any roadblocks, will you report back to us in this forum so that we can help with that?
Should we encounter
any roadblocks, are you comfortable to report back to us in this forum so that we can assist?
Definitely.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks. There was a question I was going to ask the CEO during the CEO's report, and I don't know the timing of this, but what we're told is that in terms of studying whether or not we can go with the one-person train operation, just the driver and not have the operator at the rear end, one of the steps in studying that is to work with ACAT. I'm wondering, is that an item that would have come to an ACAT meeting yet? That you have been surveyed, or what would be the feedback from ACAT on what your concerns might be?
Are you talking about no drivers at all?
No, well, that was going to be my next question. There's the possibility of going to one operator on our system in subways and then driverless trains in terms of Metrolinx rollout. So you'd be asked for feedback. Are there any concerns for Wheel-Trans members taking family of service trips? Are there concerns about the platform if there isn't that extra set of eyes on the platform as you're trying to embark and disembark from vehicles?
So when they took out the collector, TTC did come to ACAT. We sat down and we addressed the concerns, and staff was willing to understand. And we were assured that there are a few measures will be in place. And since that change, there is operations now. There is no collector. And we think it's going okay. Now, however, Metrolinx, which is also going to be operated by the TTC, my understanding.
Right.
So, again, should there any major issues arise, it will come to ACAT. ACAT will voice that concern. However, as we speak, we've been promised that there will be cameras along the platform where the operator will have access to it prior to departing.
Right. And that was enough to satisfy concerns with ACAT members. That consultation.
I will say yes.
Okay. For now, anyway, you would come to this board if that was if that turned out not to be that.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Done? Any other questions? Thank you very much for your presentation.
Thank you.
Can I have a motion to receive the presentation? Done. Commissioner Lalonde. If we next go to item number 5, Bloor-Yonge Station capacity improvements, and I believe Commissioner Carroll held this item.
Sorry, which item was just making notes
That's
on?
all right, item 5.
Oh,
Bloor-Yonge
yes.
Station capacity improvements.
I do have a couple of questions here. I can just get back to the the upgrade. I just wondered if staff wanted to comment on this. In changing the upset limit, we're making a big jump here at the design phase, all the way to we end up at 17.7 million. Has there been a robust conversation to make sure that this is not a matter of, bringing in more and more experts to in the design phase ensure that no one else could possibly get the contract, or that it's a case of loading in because you now know you're not going to get the contract? Are you confident of the itemization of this increase in price for the design phase?
Yes, through the chair, yes, we've got a detailed work plan and we've actually reviewed that with the contractor, and we're confident with the price they've given us, and we're comfortable with the price they've actually given us to go through to the 30% design stage. So approximately 30% stage gate 3 deliverables, that's what we're talking about. At that point, then we'll have to make a decision what way we go forward at that point. Between now and stage gate 3, we'll also be doing a procurement options analysis to decide what sort of contract we're going to go out with. If we go out for a design build contract, we'll do no more design. That will be part of the construction contract. It'll be design bid contract. If we decide to go for a design bid and build, then we'd come back to the board to seek further approval for a further design contract to complete the design to 100%.
Okay, but you'd get to the 30%, and then another body or additional bodies would take part in developing the actual contract?
Again, it comes back to which procurement method we actually choose. If we go for the design build, then that will go to the contractor. So it'll be design build contract. If it's a design bid and build, we will continue with the design to 100% and then put it out to tender at that point.
Okay, so you got a big increase in price, but you've seen the work plan and you think it's worthy of that amount. And you also have a good idea of the individuals, if they're bringing in extra to complete complexities, you're confident of who they're bringing in.
Through the chair, yes, we use AECOM quite a lot, and we have confidence that they can deliver this project to the Stage Gate 3 design.
Okay, thank you. Those are my questions. I just had to ask it that big a jump.
Thanks very much. Any other questions? I have someone move the recommendation in the report? Commissioner Carroll, all in favor? Done. I had a point of order just raised with me with a board member who's concerned about, and this isn't a personal criticism, it's just a principled concern, that a member of the press is on this side of the room behind the board, and apparently the press gallery should be there. I don't have strong views on this, but the board member does. And yes, if you'd mind, I think it would just make somebody feel better, and there's no reason to. Yeah, okay. Are there seats over there? We can arrange seats just to make sure that they're comfortable. Thanks very much for accommodating that.
Mr. Chair, can I just ask on a point of order? We are actually, are we not supposed to have dedicated chairs so that if there are media, they can sit and no one else sits in those chairs on a regular basis? I thought that was the.
I would have thought that would be the situation. So the press has a guarantee of a place to be.
Yeah, because it's kind of hard to criticize if we haven't actually provided a press area.
So you know what, I think I'll talk to the clerk about this, and we'll make sure we're organized so the press, the Fifth Estate has a place of their own guaranteed for the next meeting, okay? If we could move to items 7 and 8, and I think we're Alan Ewell squared. We've got 2 presentations by Alan Ewell on items 7 and 8, and then Alan, we're going to then have staff presentation after your presentation, and we'll then go to board questions.
We've had an IT issue here.
So you've got 6 minutes total, and you can distribute it however you want.
Thank you. I like this report. I find it very informative. It tells us over the past 4 years how we spent money, where that money came from, and what the bus interior configurations look like. But there are a few bits of missing information for the past 4 years that need to put this report in context. From April 2016 to now, we've purchased 728 diesel buses. On May 31st, 2016, an authorized purchase of 97 of those buses was done. At that May 2016 meeting, there was a presentation done on the possibility of adding stroller zones, along with the reasoning for the design innovation. 3 of the current board members were here. There was even a motion passed regarding the future purchase of vehicles. The motion read as follows: that staff consider motions for modifications for future bus and streetcar purchases to reflect the needs of our users and such of those traveling with strollers. I'm the Alan with an SFA at the end of his name, not the Alan with the QC, so I never presumed to comment on the legal ramifications of that motion. While I'm mildly miffed about this, that's what truly has me irritated. January 2016, the contract for Vision Communication System was brought to the TTC board. That means by mid-2015, we knew what the contract requirements were. That's important because in April 2016 to now, over 1,000 buses have been ordered. They're not compatible. Our streetcars are, but not our buses. Among other things, Vision runs the signage on the front, including the run number sign. On the buses, they're analog. To fully take advantage of Vision, we'd have to do an upgrade that would cost us thousands, if not tens of thousands of dollars, all because we didn't put the right words in the contract. As listed in the report, we ordered 255 hybrid diesel buses. These came with a seat configuration similar to what was recommended in May of 2016. Latest purchase of electric buses has a seat configuration that was also recommended in 2016. These configurations were dealt with in consultation with ACAT. As an FYI, the wheelchair or stroller zones was also vetted through ACAT in 2014. So as we move forward with the green bus programs, I'd like to point out to the TTC board, other transit agencies are putting stroller zones on their buses. So after languishing for 6 years in TTC bureaucracy, again, I ask, where are my damn buses? Thank you.
Any questions about this presentation? So, Mr. Yule, just to summarize it, because it was my motion, I remember the stroller issue and having pushed 4 infants around this city in strollers over about 20 years, all of them related to me. It's a subject dear to my heart. Can you tell me, so could you just put up the motion again from 2016?
Sorry.
So I want to figure out what you think we didn't do.
Just a sec here. This is the motion. The staff considered, but there was no report. We're experiencing significant IT problems.
Okay, so that we asked for a report back, and then you're complaining that it wasn't ever reported back?
Never reported back.
And we proceeded without the accommodation on the buses. Okay. Could I have a response from staff to that commentary?
So through the chair, we have installed flip-up seats on all of the fleet. So we're considering that area stroller-friendly area.
Okay.
I'm not sure what other type of stroller area Mr. Yule is referring to.
So all new buses have flip-up seats, and it's staff's perspective that would accommodate the intention of the original motion to accommodate strollers?
Yes.
Okay. I have Commissioner Osborne.
So then that might suggest some signage could be in order.
Maybe.
Then you just would, if you included the word stroller in there, maybe that would let people know that that's what that's for as well.
So we can look.
Simplifying things.
We can review this again.
Okay.
But in the front of the bus, if you've noticed, most of the seats are flip up.
Okay.
And
I had noticed it in the
it's perimeter seating in the front.
Okay. I think that's it for questioning on that item. Mr. Yule, would you like to proceed to your second presentation on item 8? And you have 3 minutes again, and thank you for being so concise on your last presentation.
I agree with this report that we need more buses to fulfill our 10-year goal with Wheel-Trans. We are approving $78 million for 26-meter buses and 91 7-meter buses. My only problem with this report is May 8th, 2019. That meeting, the proposal was brought forward on properly sized community buses. Staff was specifically asked on the feasibility of doing the project as proposed. And they were seen positive about the concept, and this is a quote, "A fleet mix has been investigated or is in the process of being investigated for just the purpose and in terms of promoting Wheel-Trans service for all our customers." That's the quote. I'm not asking for a full 7-unit conversion. I'm asking for 3 buses out of an order of 111. I'm asking for about $1.5 million against a purchase order of nearly $29 million. These buses are available through the TPI, or Transit Procurement Initiative, from Metrolinx. I'm assuming the buses we are buying are also through that. Getting the right vehicles on the right route frees up vehicles we need for Wheel-Trans customers, specifically for those for door-to-door needs. We don't innovate, we stagnate. With the cost pressures always increasing on Wheel-Trans, we can't afford to stagnate. We need to innovate. Thank you.
Any questions for Mr. Yule about that item? I remember it. Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Yule. If we can now go to staff joint presentation on items 7 and 8. Who's doing the presentation?
Good afternoon. In November of 2017, the TTC board approved the TTC Green Fleet Technology Plan. And with it, what would end up being 1,043 buses, 728 of which for clean diesel, 255 the latest generation hybrid bus, and 30 all-electric buses. In June of 2018, the procurement quantity of electric buses was increased from 30 to 60, and it also included approval of the required charging infrastructure. Today, TTC has 40 all-electric buses, and that makes us the largest transit authority, largest electric bus fleet in North America. I'm going to go through, sorry. Sorry, Kevin, can you help me with this? So I'm going to start with an industry snapshot, what the industry looked like in 2017, what it looks like today. I'm going to go through the scope of the e-bus program and the green bus program and its current status, and an overview of next steps. So a snapshot of, sorry, I'm having some problems with the graphics, there we go. So a snapshot of the bus fleet in North America in 2017 showed of the roughly 75,000 buses in service, about 65% were diesel, 19% natural gas, and then you could see there was about 0.2% of the entire fleet was actually zero emissions. In 2019, just 2 years later, you can see a fairly dramatic shift in bus propulsion technology from diesel and fossil fuel towards the cleaner, greener options, including between an increase in hybrid electric buses as well as battery electric buses and hydrogen fuel cell. The hydrogen fuel cell bus, we continue to monitor this technology for potential use in our fleet. As you can see, it's still not in wide use throughout North America, with only 4 properties, and only one of those was larger than 10 in its fleet. Battery electric, however, has grown significantly over the last couple of years. You can see quite a number of buses, transit authorities that have got a small number of buses, and about 15 buses, or transit authorities, sorry, that have 10 or more electric buses in their fleet. LA Metro County have fewer than 10 today, but have some large orders in process. We continue to monitor the industry, of course, looking at the adoption of various propulsion technologies. We also look at alternatives such as hydrogen fuel injection system, which has the promise of potentially lowering fuel consumption, resulting in fuel savings and lower emissions. We're also looking potentially at the advent of the plug-in hybrid, which are not in use today throughout North America, but that OEMs are looking to introduce as a possible transition technology to all electric. The Green Bus program started with the City Council approving the Transform TO Climate Action Plan, which sets target for reduction of GHG emissions 80% by 2050 over 1990 levels. In November of 2017, the board passed its own targets for procurement of only zero emissions buses starting in 2025 and a zero emissions fleet by 2040. I mentioned that we've been buying under the Canada's Public Transit Infrastructure Fund 1,043 buses, many of those clean diesel, introduction of the latest hybrid, and of course, most recently, the battery electric bus. In addition to the bus procurements, there's been significant effort, obviously, in implementing charging systems and infrastructure for those electric buses. And ongoing efforts to operationalize these buses. Hybrid electric buses have all been delivered and are in service. We've actually measured now that the benefits anticipated have been achieved, in some cases exceeded, with reliability above 25,000 kilometers, fuel consumption in around the range we expected, and the net fuel savings 45% over the conventional diesels they replaced. This also resulted in what we now have measured as a 47% reduction in GHG emissions over the conventional diesel they replaced. The incremental capital cost of hybrid electric over clean diesel for this 255 buses was $81 million, with an annual fuel savings of $6.5 million. This is a payback period of 12.5 years, which is under the life of the bus. There are additional benefits that we expect to leverage as we optimize this technology. The first is using it as a transition technology. The hybrid electric bus has its wheels powered by an electric motor. That electric motor is powered by batteries. It has an onboard generator to supply electricity to those batteries when regenerative braking is not sufficient to keep it going. But that means that it's essentially a streetcar with rubber wheels. And an onboard generator. This allows for our maintenance staff to become familiar with the maintenance of the vehicle, of a fully zero emissions all electric bus. It allows our operators to become familiar with the driving behavior of an all electric bus, and in many ways serves as the optimum transition technology. We want to continue to improve fuel efficiency by the mapping or remapping of acceleration and deceleration curves, by looking at what routes these are deployed on, because in doing so, you could maximize the regenerative braking and further improve the fuel savings that we saw on the previous slide, as well as the GHG impact. We can, with some modification, we're building a business case for this now, we can geofence an EV mode only with these hybrids, so it can operate up to 5 kilometers with zero emissions. So it's 5 kilometers, which may not seem like a lot, but if you think about those routes that you might want to, or those lengths of route that you might want to electrify to allow for quieter operation at night through residential areas, for example, or past homes for the aging, or et cetera, it has great potential. So back to the view of electric bus adoption in North America. As of April of this year, we'll have 60 buses, which by far is the largest in North America. In fact, as I mentioned today, with 40, we have the largest in North America. We're conducting the industry's first head-to-head evaluation, which includes the 3 only OEMs or vendors that supply long-range buses, 25 from Proterra, 25 from New Flyer, and 10 from BYD. This will allow for, and you can see that the garages selected allow for geographically dispersed deployment of these buses, taking into consideration an equity lens. But in addition to that, we allow the maintenance staff and operators at a given garage to focus only on the success of that particular fleet, and to ensure that essentially people don't create favorites, because this is not just a pilot, it is in fact the first stage of the adoption of this technology. So I mentioned there's a head-to-head evaluation with these vendors. We'll be looking at things like accessibility. So there's a demo bus from each vendor that came around, and ACAT was part of the evaluation of those demo buses and an input to our designs of the seating layout. ACAT was consulted on the individual seating layouts for each of these buses. It provides an opportunity to evaluate different options and inform future specs for accessibility seating layout. We'll be undertaking surveys to gauge customers' experience, operators' experience, the experience of maintainers. We'll, of course, be evaluating vendor performance in terms of quality, in terms of on-time delivery, and others. We'll be conducting an engineering test by putting ballast or weight simulating passenger load on one of each of these buses, running them head-to-head, instrumented for acceleration, for noise, all to evaluate what the difference is in these technologies. And obviously to look at the most efficient from an energy consumption perspective, and therefore those buses and those technologies that have the potential for greatest range. The current status, as mentioned, we have 40 buses on property today, so of the 10 BYDs, we have all 10 as of last week. New Flyer, we've got 19 of the 25 ordered. At Proterra, we've got 11 of the 25. The remaining 20 expected by the end of March. Charging infrastructure at Eglinton, Arrow, and Mount Dennis is all complete, except for the energy storage, which will be used to essentially save money so that we can avoid charging during peak times during the day. The 6 megawatts of emergency backup generation at Arrow Garage is sufficient to provide backup generator power in the case of a long-term hydro outage for an entire fleet at that location. So this is not possible, obviously, without quite a number of partners. Fundamentally, there's the funding partners, the City of Toronto, again through the Government of Canada's Public Transit Infrastructure Fund. Toronto Hydro, the board approved us to work through Toronto Hydro and with Toronto Hydro on the implementation of charging infrastructure. They subcontracted to Panasonic Eco Solutions Canada, who is the primary engineering, procurement, and construction contractor. Of course, there are the OEMs. In addition, with the City of Toronto, we've been working with the Energy and Environment Division quite closely. We've been working with Toronto Public Health as well, through them, C40, as we evaluate what the impact to local air quality is as we eliminate diesel emissions which is a known carcinogen. We're also working now with Toronto Hydro and OPG to look at what it's going to take to go all electric. So, in addition to participating in a number of community or industry events and forums, such as with Opta and APTA, CUDA, as mentioned on the previous slide, we chair a bi-monthly technical call with these transit authorities, some of which have had electric buses in operation for longer than us, and others who are just looking to get into this. And so we're both learning and obviously sharing our knowledge with industry as we move forward. And this forum continues to grow. Later this year, we plan to host a eBus peer-to-peer summit to look at not just vehicle performance and the technical matters as discussed at the bi-monthly calls, but what are all those factors for success, including the human factor, political will, both internally and externally to the agency, the partnerships required, the resources required, and of course, vendor and system performance, and to share lessons learned across the industry. So progress made today on this program. This is a representation of TTC's bus fleet today, actually in April of 2020. And you can see there roughly half of the buses will be diesel, 34% the first generation hybrid, 12% already with the procurement of 255 latest generation hybrids, and then 3% zero emissions battery electric. With this fleet mix, we produce 16% less GHG than the average bus in North America. We produce 14% less GHG emissions than just in November of 2017 when the board approved the TTC Green Bus Technology Plan. And we produce 41% less GHG emissions than 1990, which is the base year for the Transform TO. And that's even considering that we had 180 electric trolleys at that time. Next steps. Obviously, continue delivery and commissioning of the remaining buses. Our strategy and service planning group is looking to do a network review to look at what a network, fully electric network might look like in the future. We're undertaking detailed infrastructure and feasibility studies at stations and garages. We'll conduct that or host that peer-to-peer summit and initiate the head-to-head evaluation now that we have buses from all three manufacturers in the second quarter of this year, and conclude after a couple of years of seasonal testing in Q2 of 2022. Wheel-Trans procurement. I'll go through a quick background. Dwayne, head of Wheel-Trans, is going to talk about the optimum fleet mix. We'll get into recommendations and next steps. So in September 2017, TTC board approved procurement of a 6-meter, a smaller 6-meter Dodge ProMaster to replace the larger 9-meter friendly Wheel-Trans fleet. This was to replace those buses that were coming to the end of life, but also found to be much too large in terms of its turning radius and in terms of the capacity required. Between 2017 and 2019, TTC procured 128 of the new ProMasters through Metrolinx's Transit Procurement Initiative. This initiative has allowed TTC to take advantage of economies of scale, as initially 11 and now 16 transit authorities all participate in the procurement. It also allows us to take advantage of, or to leverage the lessons learned from different agencies to best support our customers. The potential benefits that were communicated in September have now been verified. We have reduced the capital cost investment by 28% through the introduction of the ProMaster Plus, the ProMaster bus over the friendly. We've reduced the fuel consumption by 20%. We've reduced carbon dioxide emission by 31%. And the new vehicles are 6 times more reliable than the old ones. There is one limitation, however, as you may recall, you heard from the deputant in January. The current ProMasters, while they serve most of our customers, there are customers with mobility devices that are too large for this vehicle, and there's a limitation on the number of customers that you can carry on the vehicle. So there is a need for a larger vehicle, not as large as the 9-meter, but an intermediate size.
Thanks, Ben. Yeah, and so we're just talking about the benefits of this vehicle, and it's really going to help Wheel-Trans to be able to serve our customers even more so with this current 50-50 fleet mix. It'll allow us to reach those customers that have the larger mobility devices that are not able to be fitted on the ProMaster vehicles. It'll also increase our capacity to schedule more vehicles, more customers on our vehicles, trying to reach that target of 3 passengers per hour on our vehicles. So this will give us that opportunity, and also allow us to continue to operate the community bus program, which we're very excited about. So this opportunity to purchase this vehicle is really very exciting for not only our customers, but for the commission as well.
So as mentioned, the 6-meter ProMaster that we currently have 128 of serves most of our customers. And the current fleet mix of roughly 50-50 between the ProMaster and the friendly is working for operations, as Dwayne had just mentioned. You can see from the layout, and those of you who have ridden the vehicle know that a larger mobility device may not fit. Certainly you couldn't accommodate multiple ones. And also you can't maneuver mobility devices well within the vehicle if there was more than one. So an intermediate size vehicle, which is available through Metrolinx's joint procurement initiative, is a 7-meter ProMaster. It's referred to as the ProMaster Plus. It offers many of the same benefits as the 6-meter ProMaster, but clearly has a much larger interior. There was over last week, there were 6 opportunities for ACAT members to to ride the bus, and a number of suggestions had been logged. And just as we did with the ProMaster, we're going to undertake a process of evaluation. We plan to procure one prototype vehicle or one pilot vehicle that addresses all of the issues that we've received, but then have that evaluated yet again by ACAT, and then with their documented approval at the following ACAT meeting, procure 90 additional vehicles. We're looking also at options to green the Wheel-Trans fleet further. There are a number of options available internationally. However, Transport Canada has not yet certified any for local purchase. So we'll continue to monitor the market to determine when we could introduce a green fleet plan for Wheel-Trans. We expect this to happen in the next couple of years. And that concludes my presentation. 4 hours.
Well, science fiction, some of it. I'm quite thrilled with what you've told us. So, Councillor Bradford.
Thanks very much for the presentation, gentlemen. We just approved the city's budget last week, and I wanted to just walk through the steps that happen after the budget on how we move forward to buy the vehicles that we've now funded.
So through the chair, as you know, we secured a third of the funding required for the 10-year window, a total requirement of 1,575 buses. The funding allows for 614 buses and 298 of the 498 Wheel-Trans buses. We haven't formulated a procurement plan as yet, but that is something we're working on.
Okay. Just follow up on that. Do we have a sense of how long the procurement plan takes to formulate, and then how we actually start moving it forward?
Procurement plan would take probably a few months. We don't need to, so we do need to approve the current procurement of Wheel-Trans vehicles that are in front of you today, and that's to ensure timely replacement of the friendly bus, the aging friendly bus, and also because the window for the contract with Metrolinx's joint procurement initiative is closing. In fact, for the 6 meter expiring at the end of March. The next procurement of city buses or conventional buses isn't due for delivery until 2022, and so we have some time. We'd like to issue an RFP in Q4 of this year.
Okay. When we were on page 9 of the report, it makes note that the first BYD electric buses were delivered nearly a year late. Do we know why, in that instance, they were so late?
There were a number of reasons provided. But I would say that none of those reasons would kind of separate them out from anyone else. There was no kind of natural disaster, for example, or any issue that they could claim force majeure. They were simply late.
As part of our procurement process, and we're building that out, is that something that we evaluate bidders or applicants on their previous track records, previous contracts, and their ability to deliver things on time and on budget?
Yes, definitely. So we look at previous performance of all our vendors. As I mentioned, part of the head-to-head evaluation of this program is to look at vendor performance as well as vehicle performance. So we're looking at things like quality, and I can tell you now, for example, that we have a New Flyer bus has on average 30 quality snags when it's submitted to us for approval. A Proterra bus has 45 snags. BYD bus has on average around 69 snags. We look at the...
Sorry, those are like known quality issues?
Yes,
At
so
the
these
snag?
these are issues that shouldn't have been present when the bus was submitted to us for approval. One of the things that, it's not unusual to see snags though, right? So, but the part of the head-to-head evaluation is just looking at what is the degree of quality as it's when we receive it, but also how long it takes to address those quality issues.
Councillor Bradford, we're well past the 3
Oh,
minutes.
sorry.
So if there's a round two, you can come back to it. Councillor Carroll.
Yeah, I'll follow on there because I think probably we were trying to get at. I think you just gave us a number that isn't in the report. There's the 30 and the 45 for New Flyer and Proterra. But in our report in writing, it says the production quality and vehicle performance wasn't available because of the arrival date of the BYD buses. Did you just say you do now know how many snags?
Yes, we've only received the BYD buses over the last few weeks, or a couple of weeks, in fact. And so at the time that this report was written, we didn't have the data. We have the data now.
So what was that number?
69.
Okay. So they all have some spec issues to be worked out when they arrive. But I don't know if I heard the answer right, and I had the same question that Councillor Bradford had. Maybe you could just be crystal clear here. Do you look at the history of on-time delivery? Because some specific thing, and it could even be to do with our own design specs, could make something a year late. But is there a chronic history of that? It's a really sensitive question because of what the community and the riders have been through over the last couple of years. So did we go back, or will we, before we start zeroing in on a supplier here, will we know the history of on-time delivery for orders of all of the suppliers you're piloting?
So yes, the answer is yes.
Okay. And that issue of the hybrids, the EV mode, if we get the drivers to go into full EV mode, you get 5 kilometers and you can use it in specific places. And you described where that would be useful. Do the operators get training to make sure that they understand to go ahead and use that? Is it mapped out where they ought to use that?
It is possible in some of the buses to flip a switch to put it into EV mode. The solution ultimately would be to have it geofence, meaning that it goes into EV mode automatically. If there's sufficient battery capacity on board to allow it to do that. So you would first check to see or even prime the battery before entering that zone, and then go into EV mode automatically. So it would not require any operator intervention at all.
Okay, and last question then, is there a look at which of those is better, whether it's train the operator or just program it in? The reason I ask is a lot of money, public money, has been invested in creating green fleets, and then you find out that the operators haven't been trained up to properly use its capacity to get the maximum number of reduction. So is there a scan going on to which is the best?
I don't think that's the case here. We have not instructed the operators to put it in EV mode at any time. So we're currently not using that functionality. Part of the reason that we want to look at the geofencing is so it's not just a manual thing and you have customers coming on board or residents complaining that the operator didn't do their job. But if it's made automatic, then it's a system that we can rely on more higher.
Excellent. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Mr. Ebus himself, Councillor Min Wong.
How are the buses doing in the wintertime? Because that is the question, isn't it?
Yeah, so interestingly, the buses and the charging systems infrastructure are all performing well from the winter operations perspective. We have a number of reliability issues on these buses, just to elaborate on your question, but they have nothing to do with the battery or the propulsion system at all.
What's the distance on the batteries?
So I mentioned the energy consumption rate for New Flyer and for Proterra. New Flyer is getting about 230 kilometers on a charge, and Proterra is getting about 180 kilometers.
Okay.
We know that Proterra has got a teething issue, and we expect that to rise.
And in the is it different in the winter?
And so, sorry, in the winter, we're seeing about a 5 to 10% difference.
That's not bad.
Correct. So that's very reassuring, obviously. This is partly because we're heating the buses through a diesel-fired heater. So
you're burning diesel on the bus?
Correct. So all buses.
Is that standard, or is that
it is absolutely standard for all transit authorities working in cold climates, and the buses themselves still qualify as zero emissions bus because the propulsion technology is zero emissions. It still reduces the emissions and fuel consumption by over 95%. But if we were not to do that, we would lose 40 to 50% of range, and that would make this whole endeavor unviable.
I guess my other question: how long will there be degradation in the battery?
It is expected that you get about 10% degradation over the life of the bus. This is something that we have to monitor, obviously, because we're not going to know really what that rate of degradation is. It is believed to be fairly linear after a short initial time of operation. So after 2 to 3 years, we should be able to calculate what the rate of degradation is to validate if it's in fact 10%.
How are the buses doing on recharge time?
Recharge time is they're performing as spec'd or as advertised. So about 3 hours for a full charge. Of course, buses come in with different states of charge, and so they don't always require that duration.
10 seconds.
No, that's it.
Great. I have Commissioner Lalonde next.
Yeah, 2 questions. First of all, in your presentation, you talked about the head-to-head evaluation coming in 2022. And I'm thinking, given how quickly things are changing in this space, could we get like an earlier look at that? Like, could we get an evaluation, say, in 2021 as to how things are going?
Certainly. The thinking is that the head-to-head evaluation would conclude in that time, but we'd be reporting back quarterly on the progress.
Okay, good. The other question I had is, what's the bottleneck here? If we wanted to ramp up our e-bus fleet faster, because we start getting very good results back on these, what's the most limiting factor? Is it charging capacity? Is it vehicle procurement? What's going to stop the growth of this?
Today, I would say that the limiting factor is the very recent reliability of these buses. The New Flyers had been performing at about, I think it said in your report, as it said in your report, about 19,000 kilometers between service-affecting failures. Up until just a few weeks ago. We've had, since then, a number of, again, the vast majority of these failures preventing them from going to service, nothing related to the propulsion system. More related to, I think, working with a new bus vendor and making sure they understand our expectations for turnaround time of parts to replace defects, for example, that would hold buses for service. So we really need to work with these new partners because we haven't worked with them with New Flyer in quite some time, and of course not with Proterra or BYD at all yet. So we need to get on top of that for sure. In addition to that, we need to, the charging infrastructure is significant kind of lead time or critical path item. It's about 2 years from notice to proceed on a EPC or an engineering procurement and construction contract to operational charging system. Other limitations, however, include the range. So if you're looking at today's bus in the range that I mentioned, that can accommodate about 50% of the runs, or that's the dispatches along routes that we have. So you have to wait for the battery technology to advance. And we bought these buses a couple of years ago, of course. Even now, we know to expect about 75% rather than 50% of our runs could be accommodated by a long-range bus, so it's advancing quite quickly. That remainder would have to be accommodated through either hybrid electric buses, plug-in hybrids, or en route charging. So all that needs to be.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Osborne.
Thank you. On your first presentation on the green bus, you had the on-site solar generator. Does that mean we have solar panels on the roofs of our buildings?
Yeah, we don't. We kind of describe that as something we might do within the PTIF window, time permitting. But it's been quite a challenge just getting everything else in. And so that was one of the items that we didn't undertake.
I noticed that the TTC is in possession of a lot of very, very large floor plate, flat-topped roof buildings that you would think, I don't know much about the stuff, but might lend themselves to panels.
Yeah, so we have had a study undertaken by Toronto Hydro of all of the facilities, worked with our internal stakeholders, obviously, those who need to maintain equipment, for example, on the roofs, to establish the appropriate setbacks between the panels and that equipment, looking at the age of the roofs, because you don't want to put a new set of panels on an old roof and then have to take it all back out again. So we have looked at all of that, and we have, I would say, we're kind of ready, I guess, if we have sufficient funding to proceed with that.
Okay.
Okay. Councillor McKelvey.
Thank you. I have 5 questions. Try and do them fast. The first is, how do the costs compare between the different vehicles, and do you know the payback? Because you said this is for the electric bus. You gave the payback for the hybrid, but not.
Yeah, so the hybrid electric bus is just over $900,000, about $930,000. The electric buses, so the battery electric buses range quite widely, anywhere between, again, about $900,000 and $50,000 and $1.25 million. We can expect to save about $56,000 per year per bus for an electric bus over conventional diesel. Right now I can't figure out exactly.
And then
what
maintenance
payback
costs
period
may
is.
also be less, right?
We expect it to be less, so there should be maintenance savings. There may be some maintenance savings on the hybrids as well in some respects for like brake wear, for example, because you're using regenerative braking to slow your vehicle. That's of course true for the electric bus as well. For the electric bus, it's got actually 90% fewer parts in the propulsion system than a diesel bus. So we expect savings there.
So the Q4 2022, which seems so far away, but I guess it's a lot of work, will that report detail that cost payback and maintenance costs, and that will all be included in your recommendation?
So that would be the final report. I expect that we can be reasonably sure of the answers to these questions long before that.
Okay, so we'll be getting interim reports as well.
Correct.
Okay. At council last week, or the council before that, there were talks about electrification of vehicles and whether the grid has capacity, if everybody, home vehicles, transit, everything went electrified. What sorts of discussions are you having with other partners about that, on how we can look at what demand is and how we can prepare for this electrification of transportation?
In conversation with OPG, the generator, Ontario Power Generation, there's no concern over being able to generate enough electricity. Conversations with Toronto Hydro, there's no concern with the grid in being able to supply it. The only thing that Toronto Hydro would have to do is provide redundant feeds from their local transfer stations to our facilities to ensure the highest reliability of that power.
Okay. So are there potentials for partnerships with those agencies to roll this out on a bigger way across the city?
We really can't do it without the partnerships, as I mentioned. And yes, that's critical.
Hydrogen. You mentioned hydrogen just briefly. We don't have one. Europe is doing this. How are we learning from that experience? And in terms of payback cost, what are the early suggestions saying on electric versus hydrogen?
That's a
There's 2 items. That should be 6 minutes.
Oh, okay, you're right. Oh, you caught me on a technicality.
Okay.
It's good to catch the lawyer, right?
That's a very transit agency specific question. Hydrogen fuel cell will work in many applications, particularly when you've got particularly long routes. I don't know that we would require hydrogen fuel cell for the purposes of range. There are other constraints, of course, and that is the supply of hydrogen as a fuel to your property. We'd have to truck it in on diesel trucks to do that. It's currently the most expensive option from a total life cycle cost perspective. And the other thing is that hydrogen fuel cell, if you can electrify through providing electricity to a battery electric bus, it would be more efficient because you're not having to use electricity to convert to hydrogen. That would be the cleanest way to do that. And then convert hydrogen back to electricity. There are losses there. The other thing is, just lastly, is that the production of hydrogen in North America currently is actually a very carbon-heavy effort.
If there's enough interest, we should do it.
So I can ask my 5th question?
Yeah, just ask another question.
Okay, it's very fast. Are we on track to be the greenest fleet in emissions per capita? If we have 40 vehicles right now, we're going to have the biggest. Do we have our calculations on emissions per capita and how we compare against the rest of North America? Because I kind of want to win.
So I mentioned in the report, we currently emit 16% less than the average bus in North America. So that's already the case. It's not like per capita basis, but the bus technology itself is 16% greener than the average bus in North America.
So do you think we could do that calculation and kind of look at what others are? Do we need that as like a motion, or can we just use that as kind of direction when you have, spare time, that maybe you could have a look at that and let us know where we're at and where we want to be if we want to win this race?
We'll take that as direction and report it through a CEO report.
Okay, thank you.
I think we're on to speakers. So anybody like to speak? Councillor McKelvey. Councillor Carroll.
Thank you. I have a motion. I do want us to win. I want us to be the greenest fleet in North America and get to net zero first. This is just following up on the discussions about partnership and some of the discussions about electrification that I know we've been having in different avenues in the city, not just here, but also on the Infrastructure and Environment Committee as we talk about electrification of vehicles. So the motion is just asking that we get a report back in Q3 2020 on how we might be able to use partnership opportunities to advance design, procurement, construction of our electric vehicle charging infrastructure, and also enable co-investment, co-ownership, co-maintenance of our charging system network. I was just at a talk last week that was talking about how we go net zero in transportation across the city. And there is also a report that was put out by FEME, which is the oil and gas company that Eni started this foundation because they actually want to fund the world going net zero, which is really interesting. It's a unique transition that's happening in the fossil fuel industry also. And the report on getting to net zero by 2050 highlights that heavy duty vehicles, including buses, as well as trucks and other transportation vehicles and airplanes, are going to be the two weaknesses that we have, and they're going to be the hardest things to turn over. And so we have at the TTC, I think, the responsibility to show leadership in how we can turn over heavy duty vehicles to net zero. And it may be possible that going forward, we may see a way where we're building networks and infrastructure that can be used or rented by other industries as well for the transportation sector. So I just think we should, I know that the great work being done by these folks is looking in this direction, but I think it would be nice for us to have a report back in Q3 on what opportunities there are and how we can maybe advance them and help the entire city get to net zero.
Okay. Councillor Carroll.
I don't think I need to add anything to that. I'm assuming that you, when you just say TTC electric vehicles, you mean the potential in the paratransit system too. Yeah. In my comments, I'll just say this. That was, to me, the most shocking thing in the report, because I would have thought that they would have started by looking at the paratransit fleet across North America, because it gives you a smaller vehicle to pilot and play around with. So it's kind of surprising to learn that there isn't a standard set yet, and there isn't a lot of procurement going on in that regard. So I think I can take it as an undertaking. I don't think it needs a motion. I'm assuming that we're going to be advocating for that, because we need to buy a lot of vehicles. We're buying a vehicle that has a shorter life here, and it doesn't anticipate rebuilding them. But if that's the case, we really want to go to an electric model there. And it seems to me that there are some. We see them as service fleet examples at FCM trade floors and such. So I'm expecting that we'll see those going forward. I was going to ask, can we run a chart that shows us what is the payback on the premium in buying these types of vehicles? But I also noticed in the North America chart that the purely gasoline vehicle is pretty much gone. So we've got nothing to measure it against. You don't really need to show us what's the payback on the differential, because people simply aren't buying them anymore. So I think as long as Councillor McKelvey's motion includes both our transit and paratransit potential in electric vehicles, then we've got one motion that covers it all. So I thank you for that motion.
Councillor Bradford.
Thanks very much, Mr. Chair. I also have a motion here that I'd like to move, directing TTC Board to submit to the September 2020 TTC Board meeting business case analysis for action on an expedited procurement plan for the 614 funded buses included in the revised 2020 capital plan. The motion doesn't state it, but it should also include the Wheel-Trans vehicles as well. That would be the expectation. I think, to my mind, as we've come through the budget process and out the other side, that should really be the starting sort of buzzer to get this going. We've heard multiple times through our discussions here that the bus procurement is really the fastest and most nimble set of procurement that we can do. Although we heard from questions that we're still a few months away from having that procurement plan in place. So I think we have an opportunity to accelerate our capital investments, and that's what we should be doing, and that's what the motion's looking to direct staff to do.
Okay. Any other speakers? So then I guess we should vote on the motions. Do Councillor McKelvey's motion first. All in favor of the motion? Against? None. Carried unanimously. Councillor Bradford's motion. All in favor? Against? Carries unanimously. Item as amended, 7 and 8. Just 7. Item 7 as amended. All in favor? Unanimous. And now we vote on the recommendations in report number 8. I was just told what to say. All in favor? Done. And we're on to the next item. Thanks very much. That was very interesting. So the next item was held by Councillor Carroll. Questions on the anti-racism strategy. So, Shelley, what would you like to know about?
Okay. Well, a couple of things. When we're talking in this report about training in terms of our both special constables and fair enforcement officers, we're mostly getting at the issue of anti-Black racism. But I'm wondering if I can ask, simply because we're examining the training, if that also includes, you would have had to look at the whole training module. Does the training include best practices in de-escalation?
The full review of the policies of the Transit Enforcement Unit, as it was called, Special Constable Service now, and the revenue protection is still underway. So there will be a review of those policies using a diversity and inclusion lens, as well as the anti-racism and anti-Black racism analysis tool. from our partners at the City of Toronto and their analysis tool. So to your point, yes, it does. I believe it does include training on de-escalation, but it will be under review from a DNI, a diversity and inclusion and anti-racism analysis.
That training and all of the modules of it that will be available when onboarding staff, but what's the ongoing training? How often is the training refreshed?
So Commissioner, I can speak to the current training for transit special constables. They currently receive 90 days of training through initial onboarding, and 13 of those days are on crisis communication, de-escalation, and the like. We have refreshed the training in 2018, and we are in the process of refreshing training around Mental Health Act as well in 2020. So it's ongoing improvement, but there currently is de-escalation and crisis training in the program.
Okay, so those are times that you have done it, but are we moving to, because we're creating quite a large force, are we moving towards a goal of having a schedule for periodic refreshing of the training such that we would know how often are special constables being retrained or training updated, how often are transit enforcement officers being updated in these practices? Are we moving towards a goal of having a cycle?
Yes, we update annually.
Oh, okay, that's what I was trying to get at. Okay. I would love to hear about that training sometime, how it's done, where it's done. I don't need to do it in the course of a meeting, but we don't have a subcommittee where I would go to learn this. So if there is a way, I would really like to do it. Yeah.
We're happy
I will pretend to be a transit enforcement officer for however long it takes. I once pretended to be a police officer for 3 full days. So I'm that committed. I would like to take the training. The other thing, my big concern is about this independent investigative unit. It's an internal investigator unit, but the word independence is used a lot. That there will be a new independent dedicated team. It's going to have a manager and a senior and intake investigators, a coordinator and a data analyst. So how is the independence assured?
So there are going to be a number of safeguards that we're going to put in place to ensure independence and impartiality. One of which, these are new positions, so we will be hiring externally. We are looking for seasoned investigators in human rights as well as use of force with extensive experience in that area. We are looking for individuals that are not associated, personal ties or professional ties with any of the employees they would be investigating, so our Special Constable Service or Revenue Protection. We are also looking at a structurally independent office away from the employees.
If you are the hirer of these people?
Me personally?
Yes. Who is going to hire the person who runs this independent investigative unit?
It will be, so I'm not part of the enforcement team. I am part of the diversity and human rights team. We independently report to another executive team member, our chief people officer. We do not report to the executive that our transit enforcement group reports to. We are maintaining those lines of independence in terms of reporting.
So I'm having trouble understanding how the independence is established, because all of these people are being hired without any involvement from the board. So how are they independent from the corporation? How do we establish their independence?
Last question, Councillor Carroll.
Well, some people may want to follow my line of questioning then, because I don't seem to be getting there.
Councillor Karygiannis has questions.
Super. So if I could get the answer to my last question, if they're all hired by people inside the corporation, how is this independent investigation unit independent?
Through you, Chair, if I could chime in, the Ombudsman's recommendation was that the existing investigation unit was tied to the Special Constable unit. It was individuals that worked with them that had been separated. They're on the exact same floor. So with the ombudsman recommendation was you have to have it independent, even if it's within the organization, it cannot be tied to individuals that have known and worked with each other over the course of the years. Valerie's area, the D&I area, separating it, having it under that, totally separate from within the existing organization, for that matter, for investigations. And that's what it looks when we talk about an internal, but separated within the organization.
I'd also like to add to that, for the more complex cases, we will actually be farming those investigations externally. So we will not be investigating those internally, the more complex ones.
Right. And I got that.
And to add to that, we are already doing that at this time.
Anybody else have any questions? Oh, Mr. Leck would like to give some...
Perhaps I can just elaborate a little on the previous answer. There's no sense of a conflict or a lack of independence simply because an individual investigator is employed by the corporation. We have internal auditors who exercise an independent role. Legal provides independent legal advice. That's the essence of what we are about. We call it as we see it. And the problem in the previous incident and the previous investigation was due to ties that the employees had with the other employees who were involved in the incident, the physical proximity of their offices, other connections that created certainly an optics and perhaps a real lack of independence. As Gemma has said, in cases where there's sensitivity that may involve senior management, or that may involve a sense that this is a very hot item and a very high profile item, those cases can be and likely will be referred to an external investigator, someone who is completely outside the corporation. So there will be a sense of assessing the significance of the case. More minor incidents, it's preferable to do them in-house for a variety of reasons, but again, independently within the TTC. More serious cases will likely be referred to external investigators.
For a follow-up, you'd like to ask that?
We keep using the word independent.
Okay.
But
I understand your point.
If you're going to hire them internally and they're hired by the corporation and they're FTEs and they're now going to sit there indefinitely, how long do you really think you can guarantee their independence? Ultimately, they report to you. And I know that we're going to take the complex and high-profile cases and make an external investigation there. I also don't know in here, what is the search process for hiring an external process? The word independence doesn't guarantee independence.
Through you, Mr.
Situationally positioning that person for independence is how you do that. And generally, that means they report directly to the governance, the board. And I don't see that for anything here.
Through you.
And so I don't think you can maintain independence. I think you can start out with the best of intentions, and then that person just becomes an FTE. And it's why independent officers, generally speaking, in the Independence and Accountability Office Society across the globe, they're generally seen to only be able to stay in a position for a max of 7 years, because even then they can't maintain independence. But here, we have no chance of independence because they're going to become a whole unit of FTEs, and they work for the corporation and they don't report to us, and we had nothing to do with the hiring of even the manager of the unit. So I'm really not feeling the independence.
So I'm going to take that as a hybrid question.
Yeah. Make me feel better
comment.
is my question.
No, but you made yourself very clear, I think, and I think Mr. Leck would like to give one last response, and then I think we're finished with the item. Go ahead.
So in response, the mandate for these internal investigators is not to protect the corporation. It's not to do anything other than conduct an impartial, objective investigation into what occurred. That's their mandate. They will be assessed, they will be evaluated based on their ability to do that in part. I don't know that you can ever guarantee an independent investigation. If you hire an outside firm, TDC is paying the bill, and there could be an optics that because of that arrangement, they're not really independent. They want to please the client. So there's always that take, and I just, as a final point, don't think it's economically feasible or practical to have every investigation that's done either report to the board or in turn be sent externally. I think you can maintain independence if there are controls, if the mandate is that we want objective, impartial findings, and to the extent they're critical of TDC and TDC staff, so be it. But that's the mandate that we go with.
Was my question that wasn't really a question considered my speaking?
I would consider it part of
If I may, and I get the feeling that I'm in the minority here, so I'm not going to move a motion and try to blow the thing up. But I think you're going to have to look at this going forward. We're going to have to keep an eye on this. The best of intentions, but and with all due respect, what the solicitor just said is they will be evaluated on the basis of. They're not going to be evaluated by us. The very people they will be investigating for and reporting to are their evaluators and paycheck cutters. That's not independence. It's not independence. Accountability offers, if you were to go the whole route of setting up an ombudsman or an ethics person or whatever, and you should consider it because we're building a pretty large force of people who are now out there interfacing, policing, if you will, in our system. And we grew it rapidly. And so now we have people hired to evaluate them, unless when we say complex ones, that's code for high profile. Those will be externally. But we are not taking a role in choosing that external investigator. The police board, for instance, it would be the board who would sign off on that external investigator. We are not taking a role in hiring even the manager of this independent investigation unit as a board. And so I really don't see the independence of from the corporation in doing their work. They will start out wanting to do that because we'll hire the best. I have that faith in our corporation. But once they're in situ and they are fully ingrained as an FTE, I have deep, deep concerns that the independence can't be maintained. And given what they're investigating, I don't need to remind you of the video of what happened on the 501 streetcar recently. Given what, that one will be done by an external investigator, but we as governors of this corporation took no role in choosing that external investigator. We were briefed, but we didn't help find them. So we've got some serious issues and a big force of transit enforcement officers and special constables, but we're not taking a role, and we are not, as governors, establishing the independence. I'm really worried about that, and I think at the very least, we should have an annual report here and be prepared to change the model if we are not happy with the model, and we're not seeing the depth of investigation and the satisfaction of the community that the investigations were well-rounded and full-bodied in their recommendations. We're going to want to come back to this. I know I'm alone in expressing that concern. If I'm not, then maybe my rant got us somewhere. But I really think we've got to keep an eye on this if this is where we're starting from. Yeah.
Before we go to the recommendation, I'm sorry that we didn't introduce the two staff members here. Rupa Agarwal, I hope I say that correctly, and Valerie Albanese. So thanks for coming today.
Thank you.
So if I can have a motion in favor of the recommendation in the report. Commissioner Lalonde, all in favor? Done. So we're now going to the item that has a large number of deputations. Sorry? 10, and we're going to do 10 and 11 together. and I'd asked people to make their presentation. I think Mary Crook is first. So if you could come up, Ms. Crook. And Shastri Crooks is next, just to get close to the table. And Sheila Pizzi-Allen from TTC Riders, who I spoke to yesterday. So we have the first three speakers. And Ms. Crook, if you could speak to both items, if it's possible for you to do it together, because we're going to consider them as two items.
Then I need 3 minutes for each one.
That's fine.
Good afternoon, everyone.
No, that was your expectation, and that's.
Well, I thought I had 3 minutes for each one.
Just said that you're going to get that.
Oh, okay. Okay, so item 10, I'd like to know where and on which routes did the staff travel when they did this 3 weeks of findings, observing patterns of fare evasion, and what times of day. I use TTC almost exclusively, different routes, and observe customers on the TTC buses, streetcars, subways. The only place Presto is really tapped is entering the subway turnstiles when it is working. Very often not working. Jerry Agar's CFRB show, you'll talk, his panelists often say. I have on several occasions just observed, 1, rush hour at King and Yonge Streets, and 2, same area, other times of the day, people boarding streetcars. When near the front doors, massive movement to board via the back doors. Then just walking past the Presto. No effort to tap. Perhaps 1% at front door tap. St. Clair and Bathurst, various times of day. And same thing, South Bathurst. Whether a crowd or not, if near front door, visible movement towards back doors, then get on without tapping. For various other routes, the same. Today, I got off at University and Queen, and there was a streetcar going westbound. There was one young man, late teens or early 20s. He got on the back door, stayed on the step, didn't tap, and just looked into his cell phone. Like, that's the way you're supposed to do it. And last year, we had to go to Markham on 4 or 5 different occasions. To be truthful, we paid the first time to get on at Union Station, and then one time in Markham, we didn't know the area, coming back on the bus. We could have ridden there and back without ever paying. And I watched some other people get on. They didn't buy tickets. They just got on and rode on. So that's item 10. Now, in item 11, how to improve the system, end backdoor boarding. Effective April 1, 2020. Entrance via front doors only. Back doors are for exiting only. Current inspectors put them at the back doors, checking riders tapping on. Eliminate 12 and under ride free. Jerry Agar says, he has sons, when I see a 12-year-old with a beard or stubble, I'll believe it. The system is abused. Children who need assistance.
Your first 3 minutes, so I'll give you another 10, 15 seconds to wrap up. Have you moved on to the second item? Okay.
I'm on second item 11.
All right, that's great, thank you. It has been a good submission, by the way.
I'm nervous, so I'm not speaking normally as I would.
Your submission was excellent, so just keep going.
Oh, well, thank you. Hope it's not falling on deaf ears. Children who need assistance can discreetly be given an envelope at school with TTC fare for that month. Others needing assistance could also be given monthly fares. The above were ploys to get Mr. Tory elected. After this trial period of 1 year of the first 2 items, all figures must be disclosed before the above 2 items were put into place and after. And then compare the losses when the above 2 items were first put into place and now after the trial period. Mr. Tory loves trial periods. Fares would probably be reduced by at least 10 cents and profit would make the TTC very healthy. The 12 and under ride free. Mr. Tory is teaching the younger generation how to lie, steal, cheat, becoming early criminals, and others who follow this lead. The shame is all Mr. Tory's for instituting backdoor boarding and children under 12 ride free. The shame posters on the TTC should start with, "Shame Mr. Tory for teaching riders how to be criminals," not blaming the riders. This is his fault, as large a disaster as the St. Clair streetcar debacle. Thanks, Mr. Tory. Oh, I voted for him, unfortunately. Do not hire more fare inspectors. The systems are overcrowded as is. They catch about 1% to 2% of evaders when not chatting with each other and the driver. I observed these conversations on a few occasions. The inspectors now on staff should be at the front and back doors to check boarding riders tap on. Oh, you'll love this. All members of the TTC board must store their vehicles for the duration of their term. This includes all household members. No one has use of their car. TTC use, taxis, emergencies, ambulance, going to the cottage, ride with friend, or bus. Then the impact of only using TTC would come home to them. So, thank you for hearing me, and it'll probably fall on deaf ears, but anyways, I've called, I've left messages, nothing ever happens. Thank you, members.
Thank you very much. You actually have some questions, which is a good sign.
Yes, I was hoping about the storing your car.
Councillor Karygiannis has a question or two.
Thank you, Chair. Through you to the deputy, and thank you very much for coming. Would you be supportive of having a free TTC for everyone in the City of Toronto?
I don't think so, because you keep wanting to put everything on homeowners, and as well, people in condos or renters. A lot of them, we're barely hanging on. So
But, I mean, everybody should be paying their fair share. Condo
exactly,
owners,
and I'm stupid
tenants.
enough, I still use the front door.
So you're also, the second question that I have for you through the chair is that you suggested that all of us should use TTC and TTC alone.
On the board members, TTC, taxis, if you have an emergency, ambulance, if you're going to the cottage, ride with a friend or use the bus.
Does that mean that all members of my family should be using TTC?
Yes. All members in the same household. Then you'd really know how it impacts
Although
the general public.
Although I appreciate that the question, do you think that's fair? Because I sit on a board that I tell my one of my family members not to use their car. Do you think that's fair?
Yes, because then you would understand how it affects everybody who has meetings, doctor's appointments, and everything else. We're just as important as you guys.
So I figure that you must be also important that we allow you to ride for free.
Well, I'm not a big advocate of riding for free, to tell you the truth. I want to pay my share.
Thank you, ma'am.
Anyone else?
Any further questions of the deputy? Thank you very much.
Okay.
I would indicate that I did ask about your statement about when backdoor boarding of streetcars was initiated, and I'm told it was before 2010, which I believe is the administration before Mayor Tory. I'm not here to defend him, but just in terms of timing, and I think your analysis of that having been a problem is correct.
Well, I apologize to Mr. Tory if that is the case, and it should still be, they should still check the losses, the profit, before and after, and if it wasn't his, I heartily apologize, but his office never returns calls, so I can't apologize.
I can't speak to that. Thank you very much.
Maybe I'll write a note.
Ms. Crooks.
Thank you.
Thank you. Crooks?
KRU, oh,
No, I know, it's an interesting coincidence.
it is. How do you spell your name? KRUK? C-R-O. Oh, I'm KRUK. Oh, my goodness. Remember your name.
So please come and explain to us what you'd like to tell us.
For item 10, Desmond Cole will be substituting for myself.
Okay, great. Cole, thanks for coming today.
Thanks to Shastri, too. 3 minutes, is it?
Yes, it is. I'm sorry it's so short, but
I would like to speak today about the people who are harmed and will continue to be harmed by these aggressive fair inspection and fair enforcement policies. The people who are harmed by this on the TTC have so much more to lose than you do losing the fare. I know it's your job to collect the fare, but you're destroying people's lives over $3. You're planning to go into schools to talk to children to give them an ultimatum about paying the fare when they're poor. What kind of people go into a school of high school students whose families have no money and lecture them about poverty? Is that money well spent on the TTC, or is there a better use of those resources and of the time of those students who don't need to be humiliated for a situation that they don't control? You're going after homeless people who are riding the transit system in some cases because we are at a capacity, overcapacity in our shelter system, and a lot of people don't feel safe in our shelter system. About 1/5 of the people in our shelters identify as LGBTQ, and I understand from people that I'm speaking with that in many cases people ride the transit system because they don't have access to a shelter or they don't feel safe in the city shelters. That's a bigger problem, but it's not solved by these enforcement and inspection approaches. I want to talk about the fact that, yes, people are doing things like getting on the back doors. Yes, people are doing things like not tapping even when they have a Metro Pass. I don't really know how you guys are counting and making accurate prescriptions for us about who is paying and who's not. I really question the way that you're creating these numbers, but it's hard to count people who don't pay. So relying on the numbers that you have when you haven't really shown us how you could ever calculate something like that accurately is a huge problem for me. Presto fare integration and all the problems that come with the Presto system is a huge problem, and I think that it's probably good to spend time on that. But these plainclothes inspectors, this whole undercover approach. I just want to spend my last 30 seconds talking to you as a black person in the city of Toronto. We are disproportionately poor in the city of Toronto. Any fair inspection that you implement, whether you intend to target black people or not, will target us because we are disproportionately poor. People ride for free because they don't have the money. You can take somebody out of their housing with a $425 fine. Is that worth it for you as the TTC? Is that the city that you're trying to build? When you do things like, say, I asked 2 fare inspectors the other day about this announcement, these Orwellian announcements about a criminal charge if you don't pay the fare. I asked them, what's the criminal charge? They said fraud. So you want people to have a criminal charge for not paying $3 because of poverty. Is this the city that you are trying to build?
Another 10 seconds to wrap up.
I just want to wrap up by saying that we have to free the TTC. That means an end to this fair inspection of regime and a reinvestment in the actual system for riders instead of punishing and scaring riders with these posters that tell us that it's not our system when it's our system.
For Mr. Cole. Councillor Carroll.
Yeah, I'm wondering how you feel about, you were talking about creating this scary situation. When I was little, the fair enforcement meant we had a zone system then. And the bus would stop at the Inn on the Park and check all our transfers. And if you hadn't paid the amount of money to go on to the next zone when you got on the bus in the first place, the first thing the driver asked, or the guard, sometimes there was a guard there that was plain clothes, but they just asked you to pay the fare. Could we have fair enforcement if the first thing they ask you is, okay, you didn't pay the fare, pay it? Just tap. I saw you not tap. Could we not just say, please tap now, and then the conversation is over?
I think the problem with the approaches that you're taking is that you always assume that people are trying to rip you off and that they have it and don't want to give it to you. You are not accounting for people who are not paying because you're asking them to choose, for example, between paying a transit fare and putting food in their children's mouths. You're asking people to make that choice. That is not a good choice for people to have to make. But in your eyes, well, if I just ask you, you can always magically produce the fare. That is not the case in the child poverty capital of Canada, which is Toronto now. So, like I said, you want to go into schools to give an ultimatum to children, you're humiliating them through their parents who don't have money. What will you do for the people who literally don't have the $3.25? And I have to say, it's interesting that you bring this up, Councillor, because you know the number of times that I've seen the fare inspector stop somebody, and I reach into my pocket and I say, "Don't worry, here's the fare." Oh, they say, "No, it doesn't work like that." So what you have done is you've created a system that is not a transit system, it's a taxation system. And getting the $3.25 or whatever you're trying to get from people is more important than them getting where they need to go and all of us getting where they need to go. That's why people say, stop the backdoor boarding so that we can take 60 more seconds a stop to get everybody on, because it's a taxation system. Who cares if you get where you're going on the TTC? You guys have to collect the fare. I'm telling you, this approach, this intimidation, these beefcake fare inspectors standing in the transit system, big, tall men who look like they are police officers wearing flak jackets. Shame on you for doing that to the riders. And if you lose ridership as a result of that, you deserve to lose ridership because you're making the city's transit system an inhospitable place to be, and particularly for Black people, for queer people, for homeless people, for people with mental health issues and disabilities. You're making it particularly unhospitable for them. And that's a tactic that you've already implemented that you now have to reverse. And that's a real shame, because the transit system should be free. The kids are already free. Seniors should be the next group to be free. You should be moving gradually towards a free transit system, and instead you're spending money to intimidate people. And like I said, a $425 fine can get a poor person kicked out of their house for not paying their rent. A criminal charge can make somebody not have a job, so then they don't have the money to pay your silly fare anyway. You have to think about what you're doing.
So Councillor Karygiannis has a question for you, Mr. Cole.
Thank you, Mr. Cole, for coming through the chair. Did I hear correctly, and did my ears hear correctly, saying that you're advocating for a free transit system?
Of course I am.
Now, would you happen to know any other parts of the world where there's a free transit system?
I know that kids are free in the city of Toronto, and I know that that happened because you made a priority to make kids free, and then you found the money.
Right, but there's a motion that'll be coming forth for myself in order for us to take a look at it now. But my question to you is this, never mind Toronto, are you aware of any other places in the world?
That's your job, Councillor. That's not my job.
I'm just asking if you're aware.
Well, wait till your turn.
Thank you.
I'm not aware of anywhere where Toronto's equivalent size where free transit exists, but I know the reality. And the reality is that people who look like me are approached by these fare inspectors. I'll talk to any of you guys afterwards if you want to. I was speaking to one of the commissioners earlier before outside about this.
Thank you, Chair.
You guys have no idea what terror it is to be a Black person riding on this system and having people walk right up to you. Sure.
And thank you very much.
No problem.
The next speaker is Ms. P, and I hope I'm saying this correctly, P.Z. Allen from TTC Riders. And I spoke to her yesterday and asked her to do some homework. I don't know if she found anything for me. So thanks very much for coming today.
Thanks. I'm going to share my time with Lori Fisher, if that's all right, because she wasn't able to sign up in time. So I'm going to be really brief, and she's going to be brief. We're going to try to speak within 3 minutes.
Okay.
So I'm here to speak about especially the fare evasion study, because I think that forms the basis of a lot of the recommendations that are being made in item 11 and some of the gaps in the research in that study, especially whether hiring more fare enforcement officers is cost effective, if it works, and what the negative impacts could be, and what other cities in the US are doing, which is actually moving away from more enforcement. And until we have some of these research questions answered, we think it's really irresponsible to move forward with significantly increasing the complement of fair enforcement officers. We don't know what are the impacts and what are other cities doing. So I don't have that much time. So in terms of the evidence of good value for money, in Seattle, they invested almost $2 million in more enforcement officers, and their board could not determine whether that was a good investment and it made any difference in fare evasion. In terms of the impacts, we just heard about the impacts on Black people, and that's borne out in many U.S. cities. Black people and people of color are disproportionately targeted by fare enforcement, but also receive harsher penalties because it's up to the discretion of the officers to give out the fine level. We also don't know what the impacts on youth are. And in Vancouver, we know that youth in foster care racked up charges. They were minors, and when they graduated, they weren't able to apply for driver's licenses. So even the fines and getting multiple fines is impacting people's lives. In terms of what other cities are doing, other American cities are dropping the fine, decriminalizing fare evasion. Seattle has a $25 ticket. And then, of course, this report makes a really big assumption that the reason people are not paying is that it's a choice, and not because of faulty Presto technology, not because of affordability. So I'm going to just turn it over to Lori.
Thank you, Sheila, for sharing your time with me. I did have time to register, but the registration did not go through.
So look, I want to indicate there's somebody else who wanted to register late. I'm going to ask that they be given the opportunity to do that. I think it's Butterfly, yes. Paul, I'm not sure. And so I'm not going to hold you to a combined 3 minutes. Is the board prepared to give the lady on my left her own time slot? I just think we should do that. So all in favor of that? And I'm sorry, your name again is?
Loretta Fisher.
Loretta Fisher, thanks, Loretta. And if Ms. Pizzy Allen feels that she was short done by, I didn't want that to happen. Because we want to hear everybody.
Thank you. Okay, actually, my counselor in Scarborough Rouge has already heard the circumstances of me having received a fine myself, a TTC fine, even though I used my monthly pass properly at the time, and someone came in behind me. And that person who came in through the faulty gate that stayed stuck open, somebody brought up that interesting point about being asked to tap. When you were a child, I think you said you were asked to tap if you hadn't paid properly. Well, she did find her Presto card, but she was still not allowed to tap the person who came in behind me. So she was charged $350, and I was also charged $350. Somehow the two guards deemed that I must have told her to come through. So that is how I ended up to be charged. And that is why I wanted my day in court, but here's what happened. I was in a prosecutor's office with almost 100 citizens, a percentage of them probably as innocent as I was, but they did not have the kind of job where they could take time off for court proceedings or couldn't afford a lawyer. So this forces even innocent people to plead guilty to a lesser fine. In fact, the TTC prosecutors advise us to plead guilty to a lesser fine, even if we're innocent. So later on in the old City Hall courtroom, I observed another 100 or so people trying to stand up against TTC fines, all of us without lawyers. And as I mentioned, these are hundreds of dollars of fines. The judge spoke out in impatience, having lost patience listening to our explanations. So she spoke out clearly saying that even if the Presto machine or gate was broken, it is still deemed to be the customer's fault. There was a collective groan as we all realized that there would be no real access to justice. Whatever happened to innocent until proven guilty? Multiply this scene in Toronto month after month, year after year. Subsequently, the TTC releases headlines stating there are thousands of queue jumpers, and that's why they are losing thousands of dollars. And this is not just inaccuracy, this is injustice. They don't say a word about how much money they gain from these fines or where all that money goes. So when the faulty Presto technology happens, and this faulty technology is not just for the interim period, for the introduction period. It has been ongoing. And even worse, they blame the children. I appreciate that children under 12 ride free, but the downside is that this demographic are all very different heights. It's terrible to watch drivers eyeballing boys and girls to determine their ages. And also unfair for TT staff to decide which tall or curvy
Ms.
kids
Fisher,
they
if-
think are
if
lying.
you could wind down.
Thank you.
So you've done an excellent job, and it's been a very persuasive presentation.
Thank you. So we all want to be able to afford to pay, even though free public transit would really eliminate the need to find millions from our precious budget for more security guards and more TTC prosecutors. Thank you.
Thanks a lot. So,
Yes,
Carol.
if I could ask a question, I'm interested in what you said about the advice you get when you're going to find, because I went and observed the court, and no one came there with a lawyer. You were saying you were advised not to have a lawyer there. There's no advice to access duty counsel or anything like that?
No. We are advised to just plead guilty if we feel like we can't, accommodate or find a lawyer or get, if we feel like we can't just deal with the system, then they're just saying, okay, just pay a lesser fine.
And if you're someone, which is often the case with a young person, this is sometimes their first interface with the justice system.
Exactly.
To your knowledge, no one gets advice that they could access free duty counsel?
I observed a young Chinese international student fined hundreds of dollars. When she came out in tears, crying, and she said the prosecutor told her that it is her word against the guard, and who's going to believe her?
And when a person hasn't tapped, there's never the option, okay, just tap and we'll let it go. That never happens.
The person behind me went through, and they just were digging. They couldn't find it in time. They thought they would just keep walking because it was, and so the guard she said, can I just tap it now? And he said no. And and charged her.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Alan Ewell.
Did you want to?
Sorry?
Full disclosure, I did a presentation on February 11th, but this is not that one. I'm one of the few deputies here today to say for repeat offenders, the current fines are not high enough. The City of Toronto netted about $2 million last year. Fare evasion fines should start at the low end and include a community service option. However, fines should be increased significantly for chronic offenders. The only problem is all we have is a big stick. These people had a big stick too. It didn't work out so well for them. The route justification used by most shoplifters or fare evaders is the product or fare monthly pass is too high. For the record, our current cash fare is 2 cents below the national average. It's our monthly pass that is insanely overpriced. A monthly pass is 16 trips more to break even than compared to the national average. Until we come to our senses and fix the price point on the monthly pass, fare evasion will continue to be a problem. We have the stick, it's time to add the carrot. I know that I can't get the board to change the cost of the insanely overpriced monthly pass today. However, I'm hoping to convince you to commit a random act of common sense. The Presto ticket includes a day pass option. Next week, that price will be $13.50. Unfortunately, you have to go to buy that in advance. If you don't live near a subway station, you're going to a Shoppers Drug Mart if you can find it. Anybody who has kids or has been exposed to the creatures knows that your plans can change for the day at the drop of a hat or a Kleenex. One call from a school and what you'd planned to be 2 or 3 Presto trips is now 6 or 7. We can program the Presto cards to max out at a per day equivalent of the day pass. As of March 1st, the first 4 taps would be $3.20. The 5th tap would be 70 cents. All other taps would be free. They'd be recorded, but you wouldn't be charged for them. GO Transit has a similar but monthly pass with their Presto. So using Burlington to Union as an example, the cash fare is $12.30, Presto is $10.35.
Okay.
First 35 taps are at the full price. Taps 36 to 40 are only $1.50 or $1.40, which is 85% below the regular fare. All other taps for the rest of the month are free. This line runs near frequent service 7 days a week. Since the tap count pricing already exists with Presto on Go, the coding changes needed to make a day pass version for the TTC is minimal. The TTC can show it's willing to meet its customers halfway when it comes to a fair fare pricing. This would go a long way to help to reduce the culture of opportunistic fare evasion. Now, if any staff member wants to record as to why they should want to pay more than 6 trips for if customers should pay more, I yield what's left of my time, which is gone. Thank you.
So I had a question from staff arising from Mr. Yule's presentation. Is it true that you cannot buy a day pass in an automated machine at Presto machines within our stations, and you have to go to a Shoppers Drug Mart? Pardon me?
You can.
Sorry?
Sorry to jump the protocol. You can buy it, but you don't. Not everybody lives next to a subway station, so you have to buy it the day before.
I see.
You want to go on your
I understand.
multi-trip.
So it has to. Is it true that it would have to be a station or a Shoppers Drug Mart? That would be the limitation of where you could buy the fare?
That's correct.
Okay, thanks. Ms. Walters? She doesn't seem to be here. I'm going to keep things moving. She can come back later. Deborah Littman from the ATU. I'm sure we're going to be interested in that. You think so? I don't know.
Thank you. ATU 113 has consistently warned the TTC that Presto failures and the change in staffing of fare collection and enforcement were causing revenue loss. In a deputation to this commission a year ago, ATU 113 President Carlos Santos asserted that the TTC had lost control of a key element in the transit system, the selling and collection of TTC fares. Now we have a report on fare evasion by the Audit Risk and Compliance Department, which largely confirms the findings of Toronto's Auditor General. ATU 113 is very concerned that the recommendations arising from this report focus solely on educating customers and increasing enforcement, while other key remedies are again being ignored or downplayed. Let's look at the real causes of fare evasion. The ARC study found that the evasion rate for unattended subway entrances was more than double that of the main entrances where collectors' booths were located. I quote, "This suggests that the visible presence of collectors and customer service agents deter passengers from evading." But instead of increasing the number of skilled station staff, the Commission has chosen to systematically downgrade and contract out its revenue collection staff to save money. There was far less fare evasion at the Commission when stations could not be accessed without paying a fare because they were actually staffed by professional collectors at all times. These were people who could accept cash, make change, sell tickets, and all the while ensuring that the correct fare was paid. They could also use their discretion to allow someone in who truly could not afford to pay. These crucial jobs are being eliminated. As of April 1st, all collectors' booths will be closed. The TTC claims that moving the collectors from behind the glass will allow them to be more visible and assist more people, but we dispute that. Customer service agents are expected to cover crash gates and a range of other station duties. This results in stations having no staff at various times of day. At others, the CSA is performing duties away from the gates. Riders can enter without paying, with no watchful eye. TTC has also chosen to replace skilled station staff with red-vested CSRs, who are agency staff, minimum wage, zero benefit, zero pension, temporary workers, with no power to enforce fares. A system that makes it difficult to pay a fare in a predictable and straightforward manner fosters a culture of fare evasion. The Presto system continues to be deeply flawed and difficult to navigate.
Our members report ongoing problems with faulty fare gates and Presto readers, frustrating riders who genuinely want to pay. Station staff report problems with touchscreens on the new vending machines. As ATU stressed a year ago, the TTC has a large, skilled, and dedicated
Wrap it up
maintenance
in the next
workforce.
in 20 seconds. Thanks.
Okay, capable of maintaining and repairing fare gates and readers. The system would run much more effectively if we could bring this work back in-house.
Thank you very much. Any questions? Councillor Carroll.
Yes, the switch from the fare booth to being out and an ambassador, you mentioned that they're going to have other duties. They're ambassadors in the station, but they're going to have other duties. Do those take them out of sight line of the point of sale?
Yes, yes, they do. They are often called to other duties. That means that the gate is I don't want to say unmanned, unstaffed.
What sort of things are they doing?
I was in the Yorkdale station the other day, and the CSA was called away to deal with a dead pigeon on the platform. At one point, she was at a gate at the Rainy entrance, which is all taps,
right.
And someone came in, a woman with a toddler and a big carriage, she couldn't get up the escalator on her own, so she had to help her to get up this escalator. I mean, there were all kinds of, they're meant to assist people, but that means that sometimes the assistance has to be away from the gate, and they have other duties in the station as well.
Right. Okay, thank you.
Ms. Littman, I had a question for you because of my personal experience. I talked to ATU members in the system. In my experience, both personal observation and complaints made to me by ATU members is that people are ignoring them at payment points.
Yes.
So your theory, at least today, your presentation is this: if we had people at a payment point,
right,
controlling entrance, that there would be payment. But I spoke to a collector at the High Park station who told me every day after high school, in a relatively affluent neighborhood, there'd be a swarm of kids, just walk through and ignore them. And I saw that on the York Mills bus myself. Mm-hmm. And the ATU member, your members, the ones who've spoken to me, are very frustrated by their lack of authority with the public and they feel lack of respect.
Yeah.
Could you comment on that? And is that, because you focused on just, I think we've got a bigger problem than unstaffed entrances.
Yeah, I agree. I think that most of our members would say that there was a certain point at which they were advised, don't enforce fares. That service was more important, getting people onto vehicles, getting people, keeping the service running, that the culture of fare enforcement was really reduced, and that has just snowballed. So that, a time when possibly we could have pulled it back, it's not so easy now. There is definitely a culture that says, go ahead, and there won't be consequences. But on the other hand, we don't really want to see the consequences so dire that what you get is a much, a sense of conflict constantly, because our members are on the front line.
The ATU have a position as to the appropriate fine for non-payment?
It certainly should be much more in line with the fine you would get for any auto-related violation, a parking fine. It's way disproportionate to that. And I just want to say, and fortunately, because I anticipated that we might have to cut this down, I have a much more detailed submission that's gone into your packs. There were some other points we wanted to make, but I'll leave that for the day. Yeah.
Adam Cohoon.
As already, a few people have already said, these fare enforcement officers seem to want to go after. And I, as a disabled person who has fare on my Presto card that's wonderfully dangling, but cannot actually tap easily because you've got to basically reach right to the machine on buses and stuff. Shelley Carroll had the right idea when And this was a policy up in York region where I got on the Viva buses and I couldn't pay my fare myself. But as soon as the enforcement officer came, I would just explain to him, here is where my fare is. At that time, you had to go to the machine outside. Sometimes they would say, I don't want to bother with you. We've got a few more interesting teens we need to look after, rather than helping you pay your fare. But once or twice they did help me do that. And so that's my first point, is I just wanted straightforward, properly communicated what the rule is. The second thing I want to say, in order to help all people from all walks of life be able to pay the fare, we need the proper amount of fare dealers in every neighborhood to give us our fare, not say, oh, go to Shoppers Drug Mart, which half the time the Shoppers Drug Mart near me down on Jarvis says, oh, we're too busy to help you pay. Load your card. Please just take your card and go to Union Station to service your card. We need to keep the dealers of fare in our neighborhood. Like the drugstore around the corner is still allowed to sell tokens. I don't know when that's gonna end, but I can tell you that fare evasion is actually probably gonna go up when you can't get fare in every neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Cohen. You have a question from Commissioner De Laurentiis.
And thank you for your presentation. One of the comments you made, which is quite concerning, is that you had a problem loading your card. Was that a personal experience that you had, where you were actually told, sorry, we can't help you, go somewhere else?
It was not me that had the problem. It was the lady in front of me had the problem. And the person either just, it was a busy Saturday, maybe they didn't remember. Shoppers Drug Mart has eliminated most of their cashiers for those automated teller things. So I don't know whether the lady just said, oh, Union is a 10-minute or 5 to 10 minute walk away. Go to Union and load your card there.
Clarifying.
Thank you very much, Mr. Cohen. That was a very important piece of information for our board. The next speaker is Iva Jarosevich. If they're not here, Michael Schaefer. Mr. Schaefer, good afternoon. You have 3 minutes.
Hi, so I'm a youth climate justice activist with Climate Justice Toronto, and I would like to speak on what we think the implications of the TTC's fare enforcement strategy are going to be for the climate crisis. I think we can all agree that we are in the middle of a climate emergency and that we need to drastically reduce our greenhouse gas emissions by 2030. Transportation is the single largest source of greenhouse gas emissions in Ontario. So getting people out of their cars and into public transit is going to play a key role in the transition to a green economy. But none of that is going to happen if we turn public transit into an unaffordable, unfriendly, and unsafe environment. And we think that this is exactly the direction that the TTC is heading in with their current fare enforcement strategy. The current strategy, outlined in item 11, is one of hyper-policing, draconian fines, and unnecessary harassment. It includes these 360-degree cameras, security cameras, these ads that scold TTC riders like we're at best toddlers and at worst criminal delinquents. It includes fines up to $425, as everyone knows, undercover fare inspectors, constables that we continue to see use physical violence against people who are just trying to get from point A to point B in the city in a sustainable way. And I would just like to say a couple objections above this. My first objection to the item is the use of the word customers when referring to transit riders. I think this is incorrect. When I commute to school every morning, I'm not a customer of the TTC because the TTC is not a business. The TTC is a provider of a public service. Next, I would also like to have everyone in the room ask themselves what other public service treats their users in the way that I have just described. I don't see these tactics being used when I go to my public library, my public park, or my community center. And that's because if a service is public, it needs to be open, accessible, and safe for the public. And the fare enforcement strategy outlined in item 11 does the exact opposite of that. It is going to discourage transit ridership at a time when we need to be encouraging it the most. And the negative effects of hyperpolicing are going to be borne disproportionately by the poor, the racialized, and other marginalized groups in the city. So I'd like to also endorse free public transit and moving in that direction as a climate solution and as a solution to fare evasion too. Because I think the root cause of fare evasion is the affordability crisis in the city. And as the price of living skyrockets, the TTC continues to squeeze riders as a source of revenue. And this is both unfair and dishonest. So that's what I'd like to say.
Thank you very much. Any questions for the deputant? Thank you, sir. Sorry, I've lost track. Mr. Rosenfeld from TTC Riders. And then Daphna Godovich. She could get ready.
Hello there. It's good to see you all again.
See you.
My name is Herman Rosenfeld. I'm a member of TTC Riders and also a member of a group called Free Transit Toronto. And recently we've got about 40 young activists from different movements, including the climate justice movements, to start building that kind of a movement. It'll take time. I'm not a big supporter of the idea of easily pissing away 60% of the revenues we need in fare evasion. I'm a big fan of it. I don't evade fares myself. But the way that the TTC is approaching this, I think, is wrong. The combination of adding new layers of policing, some now to be covert, draconian and absurd levels of fines and criminalization. If I park on the Danforth at the wrong time of day or go through a red light, I don't pay even near as I would pay for one of these fines. It's ridiculous. Targeting young people, in practice disproportionately people of color, not to mention the obnoxious levels of propaganda with the commercials on the PA system and the idiotic faux artwork attached to them. And in the past months, we've seen the ludicrous juxtaposition of a series of breakdowns, which they happen, I understand that, and other embarrassed service screw-ups, while people stand around waiting for buses when they can't get on, going nowhere, being bombarded by this propaganda. It's worthy of 1984. None of the above really works. It's been tried elsewhere, it doesn't work. The reasons for evasion, and just a few of them, people mention the cost of fares and passes, the cost of low-income passes. The city went forward, and it's a very good initiative, but they cost too much. 27% of those eligible can't afford to use it. The levels of poverty in the city and the extra reliance on public transit by poor people. The bureaucratic manner that youth pass has been rolled out, and thank goodness you want to address that properly. It's good to hear that. The breakdowns of Presto, and aside from the inability to afford fares for some, ultimately, the dependence on the fare box for funding the system undermines people's faith in the system and willingness to pay fares. Service deteriorates in perverse ways in situations because there's not enough money to pay for it. And more users become cynical about what their fares are paying for. And fares constantly rise over time, even though service, while improved in a lot of ways, is being dependent on the fare box, will end up putting pressure on needing more fares. The strategy is a lot like the stop and frisk policy that didn't work in the U.S. cities, so I'll just make 4 points, and I want to make short points about what we need to do. One, phase in reductions in fares for all transit users over time. Begin with off-peak hours, seniors, and people on low-income passes, with the goal of eliminating fares and ultimately paying them by general taxes. And we know the city can't do that in general. It's got to be a bigger item because you got to expand it. Increase the funding for operations. fix Presto, and finally reduce the number of fare inspectors, eliminate undercovers and policing, except for emergencies, obviously.
If you could wrap it up here.
Yes, I am. Three sentences. Decriminalize fare evasion tickets and lower penalties to those comparable to parking violations, and maybe even overdue library books. You're welcome. You're welcome.
Jana Finch Action Against Poverty is a resident-led grassroots organization. The report entitled The TTC Revenue Protection Strategy is problematic from the perspective of members who are primarily poor, working class, and racialized people living in one of the most systemically disadvantaged neighborhoods in the city of Toronto, Jana Finch. The TTC has been carrying out a fare enforcement policy aggressively and at times in violent and racist manners without appropriately acknowledging the negative impacts on TTC riders as a whole and the growing low-income communities in particular. We request that the TTC board consider putting an immediate stop to hiring new transit enforcement officers indefinitely, completing further studies on the impact of TTC fare enforcement policies, including the following questions. How many people are receiving criminal charges due to fare evasion? Are unpaid tickets contributing to debt and poor credit ratings? How are transit fines and/or criminal charges impacting youth and racialized disadvantaged communities? Stopping fines altogether or as immediate measure, lowering fines for fare evasion, and to consider other options. Like Herman said, parking tickets are $30. Seattle fines are $25 and can be paid also by 2 hours of community service. You could also load $25 onto your own card or applying for a fare discount program. Ensure that Presto cards and all forms of fare are widely available across Toronto. TTC recommended 421 third-party vendors, but Shoppers Drug Marts only account for 136 locations. Explore the root causes of affordability. The TTC's low income fare pass will not fully be rolled out until 2021. And at $123.50 per month, it's more expensive than many other monthly passes in Canada. Through various community meetings, JFAP has reached a conclusion that the most sustainable answer to the protection of TTC revenue is through proper and comprehensive funding of TTC as an essential public service. Access to public transit should be considered as a human right. Thus, politicians need to work towards securing free and accessible city transit. All levels of government are responsible to providing proper funding to support an environmentally friendly, free public transit. Therefore, the issue is fund evasion, which has been imposed by politicians and those in positions of power, and not fare evasion. As politicians and bureaucrats, you all have substantial resources, income, and wealth. Making decisions for members of our community and residents without such resources is absolutely unfair and wrong. Stop harassment of TTC riders by putting an end to the fines and fare enforcement, fully publicly funding public transit through contributions by all three levels of government and other proper revenues, and not through imposing costs on riders in poor communities. Thank you.
Thanks very much. Thanks a lot. Are there any questions for the deputy? No? Thank you very much. So I understand that Ms. Daigle wants to be a deputant, but before you do that, Emily, I'm going to ask the board if they're prepared to add you. Is everybody good with that? Okay, good. Go for it.
Oh, you know me, I can do it, Shelley. Let's just create some accessibility here. Because unlike most of the other speakers, crap, I got a laptop again. Sorry, guys. Is it on?
Yeah.
Okay, so here goes. So many of you around this room know what a CNIB card looks like. I'm moving it around the room for those of us like me who are legally blind. What a lot of people don't realize is that the CNIB card, yes, it's free fare in other jurisdictions, but if you want to come to Toronto, you have to pay full fare. That's right. Blind people who live in other jurisdictions, other cities, whose CNIB card is your Metro Pass, your Bus Pass, whatever you want to call it. You have to pay when you come to Toronto, even though most services for the blind, visually impaired in the Southern Ontario region are in Toronto. All my medical is in Toronto. The issues with that are you have to carry this if you're a resident of Toronto who's blind. You get a Presto-enabled card. Problem with that is you can't get it unless you're a resident. Or unless, like 80% of my blind friends do, you lie and you use the address of a friend or you use the address of a drop-in center or a soup kitchen or Redeemer Church or whoever. If I don't have this, and I've been talked to by these fare inspectors, I have great respect for them. But here's the thing. The people up here who are not in wheelchairs and legally blind can go to Tim Hortons, a McDonald's, a Starbucks, Walmart, and be able to somehow get a job. Those of us with disabilities, especially multiple disabilities, don't have that option. I'm not going to get into specifics, but I've been through being actively discriminated against by a workplace. I'm actually right now fighting a massive corporation that many of you are using certain items on the table that they produce or that they have a program that is run by them. People like us who are blind and in wheelchairs or just blind or legally blind shouldn't be penalized for needing to take TTC, to go to medical, to use Wheel-Trans, to go to the CNIB that's wheelchair accessible. But the problem is, we can't just go get a job. Anyone sitting here can walk into a Tim Hortons, a Starbucks, a Walmart, wherever, and make an application. As soon as you tell that employer that you're in a wheelchair, you're disappropriately discriminated against. My words are getting twisted. But people complain about they're getting attacked by fare inspectors. The Queen Car incident, there's a backstory that people don't talk about.
Ms. Daigle, if you could wrap it up.
Yeah. Think about the situation people like me are in. Think about homeless people that only get one token for a two-way trip. I thank the board, but I also tell people that argue about fare problems and fare evasion to think about one other thing. When you're on ODSP and trying to have a job, ODSP takes half your wages. You don't get a free bus pass. And this costs money. And if you buy this card, don't pay TTC cash at the headquarters. They lost my money and they lost the form when we bought this card.
So, Ms. Daigle, I think that's you.
Thank you.
Okay, thanks a lot.
Sorry, Mr. Heisey.
Oh, that's no problem. So I wanted to indicate to the board that there was a full staff presentation in front of the audit committee. We have a recommendation from the audit committee on both items. And my suggestion is we go directly to questions of staff, but that we not go through a full presentation because, and in fact, I was told there were many deputations, which is great, at the audit committee on items 10 and 11. So I trust the audit committee to have done the job they do, and I think if there's additional questions that are unanswered, I'm asking you if you'd be agreeable to proceeding in that fashion. Councillor Carroll?
I'm rushing to see if I can find it. Is the presentation posted to the agenda? I know I saw the PowerPoint that was given, but I can't remember where if I saw it as part of the agenda. Is what appeared at the committee, has it been presented and is it here? And I'm just not getting to the right attachment.
The presentation was online at the audit committee, and we can load it up here.
Oh, so it is in, okay, so it is in if you went into subcommittees.
Correct.
In here, you'd find it.
Yes, you would.
Can I ask that we, going forward, that we improve upon that? When the item comes to our agenda,
I agree.
I shouldn't be moaning about clicks after Emily's presentation, but I think the public should be able to find it wherever they see the title. So if we could start putting it on the agenda as well.
I think as a matter of practice, that's a very
PowerPoint
good
is
idea.
right there. Yeah. Thank you.
I 100% agree with that.
Thank you. Yeah.
So, questions of staff. Okay, so we have a number. So I've got, just give me a second. So I'm going to go just in sequence in this direction. Osborne, McKelvey, Min and Wong, Joanne too, sorry. Bradford and Carroll. Okay, Ms. Osborne?
I'd like to talk a bit about fines. I think the fines are...
This is questions.
I'm getting there.
Okay, if it's a prelude to a question, great.
So my question is, well, I have a number of them that all relate to fines. The first one is, actually, I'm curious why they are so high. They seem disproportionately high. The second is the numbers. So we've been given partial numbers on the number of offenses. So we had in the material a reference to something close to 20,000 tickets in 2019. And I don't know from that how many people were charged, if these are felony charges or just like a parking ticket kind of charge, and how much money was collected.
Okay, so there's a couple of questions. Could staff answer those questions?
I'm trying to load up the papers here.
So I'll answer the first question. So the set fine amounts, there's been 3 times that set fine amounts have been set, 1987, 1997, 1987, 2000, and 2009. So it went from, effectively for fare evasion, 53.75 to 95 in 2000, and then in 2009 it was 195. That was a decision of the board at the time. There was some discussion, and it was really trying to see a multiplier to make sure that people couldn't calculate that if you evaded fares 40 times that it would pay. So that's where the 195 was originated. Whatever the calculation, I don't actually remember the multiplier. They're then approved by the court. So there was a list for all the bylaw offenses that would have gone to court for set fines. Some of them were reduced by the senior regional judge because they were too close to the maximum at the time, which was 500. It's now 1,000. But some of them, which were set into the 400, were reduced back to 345.
Oh, could I ask you just a question because it relates to this?
Yep.
So does everybody who gets a ticket on the transit system get charged that maximum 450?
So no, so it depends on which part of the bylaw you're being charged. So they have set fine amounts. That would be a Part 1 offense, which is you're effectively given a ticket on the spot. That would be 195 or 345, depending on what charge you're doing. There's a victim surcharge added to that. There's also a possibility for a Part 3 offense, which would be a notice to appear. That does not have a set fine amount, so that's up to the court's determination. And then in rare cases, depending especially for misuse of a child pass, you could have criminal charges. I believe in 2019, there were over 70 criminal charges for either fraud or fraud transportation.
And so when you say court, and it came up with the deputants with lawyers and things, and I'm wondering, is this like bylaw enforcement, or are we talking like a court of law with a, crown attorney and...
So not including the criminal charges, those 70s, it's effectively bylaw, so it would be the same as your Highway Traffic Act court.
Okay.
Court is administered by the city.
Councilor McKelvey.
They didn't answer the rest of my questions.
Oh, but you had 3 minutes.
He only answered my first question.
Sorry, you had 3 minutes. And
Oh.
we did agree that we'd limit
Okay.
ourselves to. Look, if we decide we all want to do a second round, I'm okay with that.
Great. I'll ask her a question.
Okay, sure.
How many offenses were there in 2019?
So we knew there were 20,000. It's just what are the numbers? Like, we don't have numbers here.
As far as fines imposed, there were $2 million worth of fines imposed, and of that, we have 151,000 outstanding for 2019.
2 million imposed.
So 2.187 million for fines imposed. We collected 2,036,000, and there's still 151,000 outstanding for 2019. All of this goes to the city.
My question was, I just wanted to confirm, in 2019, there was 70 transit enforcement personnel hired, and what is the amounts that is being hired through this budget?
Can you repeat, please? Sorry.
In 2019, I think there was 70 transit enforcement new personnel in the budget. Do you know what this year's number is, or proposed?
So the proposed, it will be additional 50 transit special constables. So our complement at the end of the year will be 111 fare inspectors and 72 special constables just related to revenue protection work.
And then I just want to confirm again, based on the questions of Commissioner Osborne, the only ones that are criminal in nature are related to fraud and the child pass.
That's right. It's fraud.
And that's the only scenario where we're issuing tickets that are a criminal offense for fare evasion.
It would be fraud or fraud transportation related to concession card fraud. So it's not just child card fraud, but there could be also the other concession cards if they use the wrong type of concession card.
Okay. When is the next time that we would look at our fines and revising our fines? Is this a set every X amount of years? It looks like this hasn't been revised since 2009. So what is that process, and when would it come up next?
We're currently in the process of reviewing it, and we're looking to bring it forward in Q3 or Q4.
Of this year?
Yes.
Okay, and then the questions, one of the deputies mentioned the Shoppers Drug Mart, and I don't know if you'll have the answer for this, but I just want to confirm, you need an actual cashier to do the transaction, because you can't do that on the new automated
I believe that
auto checkout.
Alan Foster will respond.
Through the chair, yes, you actually need a cashier to validate the eligibility for the concession and to actually program the card essentially for the specific requirement of the customer.
And was the consideration, because Shoppers Drug Mart is shifting quickly, like every time I go in, there seems to be more and more automated checkouts. Was this considered when these were procured to Shoppers Drug Mart? Is there anything contractually that requires a certain number of cashiers, for example?
Again, through the chair. So that's part of our discussion with Metrolinx. In the contract, which we have some access to, there's no specific sort of criteria for having a certain number of sort of human attendants at the actual cashier line. So this is one of the things that we've taken up with Metrolinx to determine, how do we deal with that as they move towards automated tellers.
My last question, as you do this assessment and look at what the fines should be, are you in consultation with Go Transit? I ride Go regularly, and they seem to have a pretty efficient system that comes in and checks if you've tapped your card. Every time they come by, I have that panic with today, that a day I forgot to tap, and I guess you're on autopilot. But are we looking at what they're doing and how we can take those lessons learned and apply them in our system through this evaluation?
We are trying to have conversations with our industry peers. We will have a meeting with Metrolinx in a couple weeks to go through their current process. We've already engaged a vendor that they use for their e-ticketing. We've also had conversations with other industry peers that our audit risk and compliance team have set up with TransLink, with Transit Chicago.
And you'll look at all their fines as well?
Yes.
Because I think Go is considerably lower.
Yes, they have
considerably,
a courtesy ticket.
the fine is lower, and it's also considerably more to ride.
Right.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Laurent.
Our objective with the whole, fare inspection is to create a positive behavior on the part of our writers, not to, I would say, not to criminalize individuals. So my question really goes to the point of could we mitigate against some of the more negative outcomes? I think we heard some pretty good presentations today, and some very excellent points were made, and I think some disturbing points around the outcomes, which none of us want to see. We don't want to see criminalized youth. We don't want to see our racialized activity. That's just not what we're looking for. So could we experiment with allowing individuals to tap? It's not part of the system now, but why wouldn't actually consider giving individuals that option?
Through you, Chair, I'm going to take this one because I've spent some time with the constables and fare inspectors out there. The constables and fare inspectors actually have what we call as an H-pod in their hand when they ask people to check their cards. They have the ability to look back at the recent events on that card. And what I witnessed was them say to someone, when was the last time you tapped, if you tap all the time? And in one case, someone said, every day. And they said, well, it's not shown there. And then in another event, there were a bunch, they get on together, and a lot of people do, they get on, they do the tapping as they go, and they kind of punch through. And they sat down, and they would beep, beep, beep. And then the woman said, I just tapped. And he said, let me just see your card again. And he looked at it and he said, you've been tapping every day now for a few. So you got to make sure you hear your own beep, because a lot of times as you can do it, you can hear beeps as you're putting them up. And he allowed the woman to tap. So there's all kinds of ways that they do exercise caution or the discretion's wrong, right? Thank you. When they're doing this, I wouldn't want to speak for them, but my experiences with the constables and fare inspectors out there was very positive.
It? Okay. Commissioner Minnan-Wong.
Yeah, so I just want to go back to this fraud charge arrangement. So if I have a child, I get my kid's pass and I use it, and you catch me on the streetcar, that's a fraud charge, yes?
That is correct, if you're using a child concession card knowingly.
What's the fine?
The fine?
Yeah.
You can have the $425 one, or...
Go ahead. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you.
Or if this is consistent behavior, there could be a summons to appear, and then that would be levied, the JP would levy the amount.
$400 is like the fraud, that's the highest level. That's a criminal charge, correct?
Of set fines.
Yeah. $400.
For set fines,
let me just clarify. So no, that would not be a criminal charge. That would be under your bylaw charge for $400. Part 1 offense.
Part 1.
Part 3, appear in front of a summons to appear, and then you can have a criminal charge in rarer circumstances.
Which would be separate from the $400 fine.
Correct.
Okay, so second scenario, because I think we were left with the impression, at least I was, that everybody gets the $400 ticket. So let's say I just walk on and I don't pay. And so the fare inspector comes up and says, you didn't pay, and you got me. I'm gonna get a ticket. What's that ticket gonna be?
So that's most likely a $195 ticket as a set fine, and then there's a victim surcharge to that.
So this arrangement that everything's $400 is false. Okay.
That is correct. 83% of the set fine amounts have been at the $195. 83% of the
vast
tickets.
Majority.
That's right.
Okay, fair enough. The second question that I wanted to ask is, so I go on with my card, and there would be two circumstances. One would be where my card's empty, and the second circumstance is the machine's broken. Is there a different noise, clue, notification to the person that it's broken? How do you that could distinguish between someone getting a ticket or not? Could it not?
Yes, through the chair. So in the first circumstance, where you have no value on your card, you'd get a decline message from the machine, which is an X. Essentially, it's a very visible sign from the machine. If the machine is not working and it's in the out of service condition, it would also have a screen that's telling the customer that it's not working.
Would it say, no, would the image be the same as the X, or would it be different?
No, the background color is the same, but the icon on it is very different.
And that would be clear to the person who got on to the streetcar, that it would be clear to him what message he was getting, broken versus
Yes,
no money.
they're very distinguishable messages.
Okay. Oh, sure. Okay. Then that's fine.
Thanks very much. Through the chair, I had some questions specifically from the report, but if we have we had special constables here, would we be able to ask special constable question? No. Or fair enforcement? That'd be great.
Okay, yeah, you got both kinds.
Is that okay?
Yes.
Wonderful.
Tennyson Ramsey is the special constable sitting in front of us today.
Wonderful. Thanks for being here with us, Special Constable. Few questions, obviously lots of discussion today. How many years have you been been a Special Constable with the TTC now?
29.
29 years? Okay. So this is not new to you. Would you be able to walk us through the process for special constables and fare inspectors when they board a vehicle?
Absolutely. So typically, when we're working as a 4-person team, we'll each take a door. Over the past few months, we've had 2 special constables, when possible, with 2 fare inspectors, and we usually alternate and we each take a door, and we go on and we'll make an announcement, and then we check each person that's on board the streetcar.
Okay, so there's 4 doors, you're loading on each door,
Yes.
2 fare inspectors, 2 special constables, and you are checking every single person on
Every single person on board, yes.
Okay, and so that's front to back.
Yes.
Fan out from each doors. Is there an announcement when you come on?
Yes, we usually make an announcement that we're on board and that we're conducting proof of payment.
How are you doing the proof of payment? Is that with the machine?
Yes, we have the HPOS machines, and once we check all passengers on board, we'll usually ride for a few blocks. And every subsequent stop, once someone comes on, we'll watch them tap. If the tap is a green light, which means it's the fare, there's no concession attached to that card, we just count the person as they get on. Once there's a concession, which is a yellow light and a visible, audible sound, it's different from the regular customers. Once the yellow light is appear, we will then ask that person to show the card. We'll tap it to see if they are entitled to that concession.
So there's different color lights on top of the Presto readers when they are working. There is green, there is yellow, there is red.
Yes,
so green is all good,
yes.
Standard fare.
Yes.
Yellow indicates a concession, so that is a visual cue for special constables and fare inspectors that there's some sort of concession.
That's correct.
So in that instance, you would approach that customer
yes.
to see what the concession is?
Absolutely.
Okay. Because one of the things that we're dealing with here at the commission, as obviously you would know, but for example, child Presto cards that are being used by adults.
Correct.
So that yellow light comes on and signals there is a concession on that card.
Yes.
But we don't know what the concession is?
That's correct.
So it could be a child, it could be a senior, could be one of our concession fare passes.
Yeah, it could be a student, could be a post-secondary.
So that would be why you would
check physically.
Engage with someone because they're going to say, well, I just tapped, I'm good to go.
Yes.
Do they ever challenge you on the fact that you are following up with them on that?
Absolutely.
Councilor,
and then we explain to them.
3 minutes, 30 seconds.
Can we get the answer though?
Sure. Well, he's allowed to answer. I just warning for no more questions. So please complete answering the question.
So usually, most people are compliant. For the ones who do question, we do explain to them the reason for stopping them. And of course, we go through the process of the various different methods of payment that we do have, and we're just checking to verify that they're entitled to that proof of payment, that method of payment.
Could I, one final question, and then I'll be quiet. I'm sorry. So you probably get a range of responses. What would you say the most common responses are on why people haven't paid the fare?
On why?
Why? So when you encounter someone who hasn't paid the fare, I know I'm asking you to generalize, but what are the most common responses, and then what is your response to those?
Well,
Yeah, there are a number of reasons. From I didn't know my card was no good, or didn't know I wasn't entitled to that fair payment method, and it's for the most part people are good, and it's up to us. We have discretion on how we want to handle it. It could be by way of a fine, or we can allow them to pay. In recent weeks, we've been proposing taps over tickets, which our fare inspectors are in full bright yellow. We stand visibly at all doors, so all patrons coming on board see them clearly. So when they come on, we promote that tap.
And that's been communicated to the units?
Absolutely.
Thanks for being here with the questions. Thank you.
Councillor Carroll.
So the constable just got where I was going. So we've had an uptick in community concern about this, and in recent weeks, even though the report talks about moving to a warning system, it sounds like you've already moved there.
Absolutely, yes.
So we've heard deputants talk about not even being given the option of, okay, you got me, I'll tap, and now I know that you've got a good enforcement system because you found me. That's happening. You're confident that that's happening now?
Yes.
Does that include, I just want to be clear, does that include, I know we talked about that you have a way of knowing whether or not you're dealing with inadvertence or not. You can, in the scan, you can see the historical activity. Mr. Leary described it really well. If we're truly looking at a warning system, you may well have a 9-to-5 worker on your hand and they haven't tapped in 2 weeks. Do they still get that opportunity to tap?
As I said before, we have total discretion. And for the most part, I can't speak for every officer. For the most part, once we check the history, if it's a habitual person that uses the system every day and they tap and they made a mistake, we're having issues where, for some reason,
What if they haven't? What if they haven't been tapping every day and they didn't tap?
And
Is that a dead cert fine? Sorry, we're fine.
Yeah, so again, we check the history of the card. If the person hasn't tapped in a week, obviously they're not intending to tap.
Right.
So we usually do issue a ticket at that point.
Okay. That helps me with where I'm going with my comments. The other thing I wanted to do was to, if I've got time, is to ask Mr. Leary, could you just sort of outline for us again how we developed the policy that we have now? Were we really looking at this as we started into Presto? Because I actually wasn't on the commission just as Presto was really robustly rolling out. So we were starting to look at fare enforcement changing because it's different now. There isn't the turnstile. We're moving to paddle gates, et cetera. What sort of policy work happened here at the board around the actions that the officers are taking now?
Right, sure, through you, Chair. When we started doing the proof of payment and we got all the vehicles to go all-door boarding on the new Bombardier vehicles, I'm going to say it was 14, 15 timeframe, we spent a lot of time about education. Going out, handing out
Who's we? I'm sorry to pick apart, but who's we?
The TTC, the fare inspectors, constables,
and the commission.
Staff, all in the commission, spent a lot of time handing out pamphlets on how the new means of proof of payment was going to work at the TTC with the streetcar. A lot of education going out.
Okay, those are actions, but what I want to know is what policy work did we do to decide what actions we were going to take?
So from a policy perspective, we did a research and proposed I'm not sure if it went to the board, but I know it went to the executive at the time, of the best practices in the industry regarding proof of payment. And then we started a training program associated with that, along with the outreach and the education for the public.
Okay. Because we're fuzzy on policy work now, and I'm not saying I want to blow up the whole system and change it, but we are now making changes. We're moving to a warning system. We're also headed towards open pay, and things will again start to change. Knowing what you know now, how would you feel about, in order to get through the next, I know you've got staff working on this, but how do you feel about having a commission, ad hoc subcommittee, to really work through what are our policies and so that we're standing by them. We're not grandstanding in a commission meeting, ad hoc, incident by incident. We built a policy and now we're standing by it and These guys know exactly what we want them to do and know that they're on solid ground as they do it. Would there be any interest in that, or would that be, closing the gate after the horse is out of the barn?
No, I would say we would welcome as an organization any subcommittee that would like to be put together for this board. I think a lessons learned from us was we went into this a little light with the original fare inspectors and constables. Right, in all honesty, when we started out with the numbers, in the last year, you've heard what we've added, 120 individuals to focus on this. We let a culture develop, which was unfortunate at the time.
That's exactly where I'm going.
And so now we're trying to reverse that culture. We've spent a lot of time having campaigns on education and advising people how to do it. The more recent campaign is a little bit more of, being direct. You have to pay. One of the things that I didn't mention earlier, that any of them could, is when I'm out there with these fare inspectors and constables, looking at the people that are avoiding the fare, all right? And I know that Tara in her presentation very much talks about the fact of who they are and what they had to say, and it's those that have the ability to pay the fare. When you're on King and Queen in those 2-kilometer downtown areas, okay, and they have the ability, and that was the focus that we have. But to answer your question, we would welcome, I believe staff would welcome that opportunity.
Councillor Karygiannis, you had some questions?
Yes, I do. How many inspectors we got? 100? What was the number of fair inspectors and fair?
By year end, we'll have 111 fare inspectors and 72 special constables to support revenue protection.
So we have 183.
That's correct.
What about support staff, people above them?
Support staff, last year 3 more were approved to support the team. However, we probably need a little bit more, to be quite honest.
You said 3 more.
Yeah.
My question is,
So they had
how many
2 before.
support staff do we have altogether?
5.
5, so we're about 187. What's the cost of the TTC for us to have those 187 people? Does anybody have a number? Mr. Chair, can you put my time on hold, please?
So through the chair,
Thank you.
I don't have the 187 number exact, but the question was also raised at council last week on what was the cost of security. Security at the TTC as a holistic number was around $20 million, but that's for more than just this function. That's the number I have available at the moment.
So close to 200 people holistically. When you say security at TTC, does that mean people that look after security of buildings and everything else?
True. Yeah, it's a series of other security activities, so we would just have to get the exact number on this.
Can you guesstimate, is it 17 million, is it 15 million? An approximate number, please, if you can. Well, it's in sequence.
So through the chair, it's roughly about $100,000 a person at 187.
We're looking at 18 million.
$19 million.
Is that including benefits?
Yes.
Okay. So it's costing us $18 million. How much money are we losing of people that don't pay the fare? Is it 70?
So through the chair, the estimate through the observation work, the study work that Darden audit identified was up to $70 to $73 million.
So give or take about 90 altogether, the inspectors and the fare that we're losing, it would be close to 91 million. Would I be correct? 90 plus?
Estimate, that's correct.
Now, most of the people that we look at is a downtown. I mean, I've seen the officers say there's 4 of them that board. If you got a bus in Scarborough, there'll be 1 person. How much of the enforcement is done downtown versus in the suburbs? Percentage-wise, please.
So right now, our focus for fare inspectors are in the streetcar network. This is based on the recent audit as well as other, the Auditor General report that we refocus the fare inspection team to there. With respect to the special constables, there is that support unit that's attached to the fare inspection team. And then there are also, as work There are also the operators provide fair dispute data, and then we will send out special constables to attend to
My
those.
question was how much of it is in the suburbs versus downtown, percentage-wise of the work that they do?
So for the fair inspection team,
Yes.
100%. For the special constables, it will be, I believe that it's about 80%.
80% downtown?
Yes.
So the suburbs, we don't know, we don't have information as how much money we lose. Is that part of the $70 million? If you're only doing the inspections downtown, how much we're losing in the suburbs?
Do you want me to? So for our fare evasion study, we did a stratified sample across all modes, all routes, all times a day. So our study includes those populations. Michelle was speaking strictly about her deployment strategy currently.
So if we know that we're losing money in the suburbs, how come we don't deploy in the suburbs?
So currently, we have about 58% of the complement that has been approved. By the end of Q3, we will have the full complement of 183, and we will start to disperse from there.
Thank you. I know I'm out of time. Thank you. Appreciate it.
I have two questions. So this is in terms of enforcement, and I've had this personal experience where I've entered the system and I couldn't pay because there was a gate open and a Presto machine didn't work. That's my own personal experience. So I get off, let's say halfway down my run, someone confronts me and says, "Can I see your card?" I wouldn't have paid. Now, I suppose I could have gone to another entrance, which would be a lot of time, and I didn't. An entrance that might be a considerable time away to go back outside the station, come back in. So how do you deal with a scenario like that? How do you deal with me in that scenario?
So again, we have total discretion. We speak to the customer. It's not about, I got you, here's your ticket.
Right.
We're going to speak to you. We're going to ask you various questions.
Okay.
If we determine that you are, and again, with your history, an honest person, and it was just a mistake, and you explain yourself, we usually will let you go.
So I guess my question, though, is I don't view the Presto system as not working as a mistake by a patron, if you understand me. So if someone, I've heard this story, and I don't know if it's true, I'd like your reaction to it. I've heard of people getting at the back of a streetcar and it's so crowded, they claim they can't get to the reader. There's a lot of people between them and the reader. So I don't see an act of dishonesty in that scenario. Could you explain to me is that a story that's real? And how would you confront someone with that? Because I've had people, friends of mine, tell me that's their personal experience.
Okay, so on a day-to-day basis, in the corridor of Queen, King, and Bathurst, when it gets to a capacity where people just jump on and they just cannot pay, it's the officer's discretion. We see this, and 9 times out of 10, it is so packed. Our goal is to check as many people as possible. Our goal is not to go and ticket people, is to allow people to tap. Normally, what we do as officers, we get off and get on another streetcar. Okay. Because we know that person is not trying to evade. We know that they're just trying to get to work and they weren't able to tap.
Okay, last area of questioning. So I think all of us were a little shocked when we heard the $450 ticket amount, but when it is an active misuse of a card, which is it's a deliberate falsification, it starts to get a different kind of moral character. But I'd like to go back to the $195 ticket, which is the base ticket for fare evasion. What are all the possible charges? There's a victim surcharge, because most of us have had some kind of provincial offenses ticket in our life. What's the victim surcharge? What would it be on a $195 ticket? And is there any other charge that would be added so we've got the full picture for someone who's been charged?
So the set fine is $195 plus the victim surcharge, which amounts to $235.
Sorry, so it gets you up to $235?
Yes.
And is there any other charges that I'm just asking out of ignorance.
There's a $5 administration fee in there, so it's 35 victim surcharge and $5 court administration, brings you to $235 altogether.
So 235 is the real fine. That's the.
That's a total payable.
Okay. That's all my questions.
Sorry.
Did you have one last? Okay. Councillor De Laurentiis would like.
Sorry, I'm sorry.
It's all right.
Kane, so a part of what, we heard, the one example that kind of sticks with me is the crowded courtroom where nobody got to tell their story and they seemed to be intimidated to plead guilty. So my question, Rick, is to you is, could we collect some data on that? Like, could we just have somebody go in and just let's have some conversations. Let's do some, either focus group with those, but just have somebody and just collect some of that information, because I think we ought to just understand that scenario a little better and then figure out whether there's some other solution we could come to.
Through you, Chair, we will do that. Thank you for that recommendation. We'll add that to the agenda.
So we're now going to move to speakers, and I would suggest that the first three speakers be the people who are putting forward motions. So just to sort of make sense, because or four motions. So we'll just put the motions up one by one, and whoever's motion it is, I'm suggesting that they speak first, because that'll form a context for other people's comments or need to speak. Does that work for everybody? It's just logical, I think. I'm trying to be. I may fail, but.
Okay, thanks very much. I think a really important discussion here today, and obviously in the preceding weeks, as a community, as a city, we've continued to have challenges on the fare evasion front. A lot of discussion, a lot of important discussion, and I would like to thank all of the deputants for coming down today and sharing their experiences. I would also like to thank all of the staff for their work on this file. I need to move the motion, so thanks.
Well, no.
Sorry. So direct the TTC CEO to align specific reporting timelines of the revenue protection strategy and the TTC's fare strategy as follows on recommendation number 27 from the AG report relating to bylaw number 1, reporting on the TTC fare strategy in Q4. You also saw that I have an item number 17, so I will kind of speak to that because there's a lot of alignment here. I think we do have four separate things going on at once right now. We've got the AG report from February 2019. We've got the Ombudsman report from June 2019. We have a revenue protection strategy process and an upcoming fare strategy. Frankly, it's my view that we need to bring these things together. It's two sides of the same coin, and they are all very much related. I would like to thank the Special Constable for sharing his insights. And as Rick mentioned earlier, I had a chance to ride the 501 a couple weeks back and see that firsthand with some of our Special Constables. And they're doing a lot of frontline work in a very challenging and dynamic environment. And I think it's safe to say that, like everyone, sometimes you're in situations and you can't anticipate how those are going to go, and they could be handled differently. But I think by and large, the experience that I saw and see when I ride the TTC is there is a process in place. They're working hard. There is a lot of discretion that goes into those conversations. But first and foremost, our priority at the TTC has to be everyone's safety. That's riders' safety. That's staff safety. That's our fare enforcement and special constable safety. So we don't want to see, over a 325 fare. It's just not worth having, altercations where people's safety is compromised. I think when we take all of the feedback and the different reports and the strategies here that are before us, we bring those together and try and think about them in a comprehensive way. That's how we're going to move forward. Some of the things I noted in my item really is just, I think there's valid points that have been raised about the fines, about the significance of the fines, the levels of those fines, the options that we have other than just fines, the ways that we go about doing that. And the work underway here at the Commission is meant to address that. So it's kind of speaking to both items at the same time here. But I do appreciate the deputants' feedback and their lived experiences on the TTC, and I also am grateful for staff's work on this. I don't share the view that this is something that we can just let go without addressing. $73 million of revenue is that's a real issue for something where we're already spending nearly $700 million in operating subsidy a year. So that needs to be addressed. There's a bunch of different ways we have to do it, and I hope that this work can help us move forward. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So, Councillor Karygiannis, I'm going to let you put up your motion next, and you can explain it.
Thank you, Chair. Maybe my motion needs a little bit of explanation more.
And I want you to know I do have concerns about it in terms of the item in front of us, but I'll hear you out.
Thank you, Chair. Basically, I asked the question, what it costs us per household to have free TTC, and the staff said that they will get back to me. I want that to be a public document for this to come back, and this is to look at what the cost will be per household, given consideration on the apartment dwellers, and also somewhere in there that the staff can look at what's happening to the people that are coming down from the 905. So, I mean, I can ask staff for that online, and I can get that information, but I think it's important for us all to have that information as we consider where we're moving forward. Right now, we're losing something like $73 million, and in order to capture that, we're spending $18 million, which is something like a quarter. So would it be best that we sink that into the 1.2 billion or not? So I'm looking for information and answers.
So I have a question for you, Councillor Karygiannis. So in terms of, I don't think fair policy is in front of us, but I would say, but I'm not meaning to cut you off, we are getting a report on fair policy at the end of this year, and free transit, I guess, is a fair policy option. So would you be prepared to roll the free fare issue into the fair policy discussion, that it would form part of the report back to us?
Absolutely, no problem, as long as we get the answers to that. I'm only looking, what is it going to cost us? Is it $1 per day? Is it $1 per month? Is it $1 per week? That's what I'm looking for.
So if we could amend the first sentence and a half to say to Q4,
that's fine,
to report back on free fares. But then there's another question. I need to separate things. The separate part is cost and taxes, which really isn't our bailiwick. We don't have any authority to raise money in this. So I'll defer to members of council on this, because the citizen members don't make those decisions. The councillors do.
Chair, this asks for a report back what the cost is. That doesn't mean that we raise taxes. So if this were to go to council, if the council decision was to move in that fashion, we would know what the cost will be per household.
So would you
And I
agree
can write
about-
to the CEO and say, hey, what's the cost? But I think it's important that we all share this information, we all know about it.
Why don't we end it? So I'm suggesting that it say, report back in Q 2020 as part of the fair policy report on cost for Toronto for free, including cost per household, period, and then we'll leave taxes to your colleagues at City Council.
Okay,
because it's
that's
above
fair
our pay
enough.
grade.
That's fair
Is that
enough.
Okay,
That's fair enough.
Is that a friendly amendment? No. Okay, I'm trying to make it work.
So, Mr. Chairman, I'm going to. I don't believe it's in order, because cost per household implicitly assumes it's taxes. That's the only way.
That's true.
So the commissioner can take this to council if he chooses.
Okay.
But because we don't have any, this commission cannot raise taxes, therefore it's out of order.
It's asking for a report back. It's not saying to raise taxes.
So let's deal with the report then let's deal with this in two ways. So the first sentence to the end of, as part of the fair policy report, is there any dispute that that is in order? That we could get a report, including the concept of free fares, as part of the fair policy report that we're getting anyway in fourth quarter 2020. Is there any objection to that? So can we separate that out?
What is it?
Maybe not.
What does the motion read then?
So I'm trying to find a compromise.
Can I just suggest a point of order that might result in a compromise. You've got a dispute about whether it's in order. You've got a dispute about its timing. Rather than wordsmith it, I would take the councillor's original motion and refer it to that fair policy review, leaving it in the hands of staff to decide whether they want to give the answer or say that answer is outside my purview. We would then be leaving them the ability to decide how they should answer it.
So I think we need, probably, there's been a challenge to the motion. I think your idea is a responsive idea, but does that accept your does that respond to your challenge, Councillor Minnan-Wong?
I still think it's, to talk about taxes in this forum, even in a report.
Sorry,
is
where do you see the word taxes? I mean, the same consideration.
It is implicit in this motion. Cost per household is a tax, and this commission can only charge fares for users. It's very plain to me that it is outside the jurisdiction of this commission to ask for reports on these type of things.
So I'm going to ask the commission to vote on the first sentence and a half up to the word report, separately from the balance of the motion.
Sorry, can I ask a question on that?
Yep.
The TTC requests staff to report back in Q4 2020 as part of the fair policy report on what? On what?
I think on free fares. Is that your concept? On free fares for
Yeah, that's fine. If it were to say on providing
on free fares,
transit or something like that.
Free fares, period. Like, what are the consequences of that? What would that?
That's fine.
Okay, so let's start there. Why don't we have a vote on that, and then we'll decide if Councillor Karygiannis needs to take it further, and if we have to have a vote about the balance of the thought. I would just say on the concept, on Torontonians riding for the TTC for free.
Wouldn't the cost be
Take the cost out of
zero?
it. Take the cost out of it. Just say.
No, but hold on.
It's zero.
In order to qualify it, we need to know per household.
Well,
because there's a question of the households being 400,000 or 960,000.
I think if you need to include that, if we include the concept of cost, I think we're getting into a challenge on your motion, and we might have to have a vote on whether you can bring the motion. That's my belief.
Point of
I'm trying to find
order,
a way.
clarification, something.
I'm trying to
point of
find a
something.
place in the middle.
Point.
Yes.
I think earlier we had questions of staff, and they said that this report back was going to look at that anyway.
I don't know that, but I'm just trying to.
Didn't we ask that question?
Sure, why not? Will it look at free fares?
Sure.
Yep.
Sure.
Yeah.
What's the? I mean, we know what the cost is. 1.2 billion.
Yes.
The question is, how do we look at that cost? How many households? I mean, we were told that there's 400,000 households. When I have 36,000 households in my ward and times 25 wards, that comes out to 900. So there's the difference. That this is why I ask staff, and I can certainly send a letter to the CEO and get the answers to this.
I think you could. I think you could.
But I mean, wouldn't it be best for us all to know this?
Well, it's not about best. I've had a challenge to your motion based on raising the issue of cost and taxes.
Per household?
Cost, period. And because this isn't a budget discussion, we have a fair policy report coming back, and I guess, did we get the answer that the fair policy report will include the option of free transit?
Yes, you did. It will include that
Are you
option.
going to break that down to give us an idea what the cost would be per household? Versus just a total number?
So through the chair, I believe that any of the options should look at what are the financial implications associated with any change in policy, which could be a plus or minus as it relates to the TTC. That information then would be something that would go forward for any kind of a funding decision by City Council.
It's simple. I'll send you a letter.
Okay.
And that will cover it.
Okay, thanks very
much. Unfortunate.
I think that is the motion.
No, I will let that motion stand as it is right now.
As it's stated right now? Okay. So then let's get to the next motion.
No, it's that one.
It's the changed one. It's the changed.
Cost to ride for free.
So that is the motion that Councillor Karygiannis is advancing. Yes. Okay, so now let's go to the next motion. Commissioner Osborne, so if you could explain your motion and what you're trying to accomplish here.
This is my motion. I've asked that staff report back to us on, essentially on fare evasion. I mean, we got a number of numbers in the report today, but I think it was pretty clear from the questions that came from members that there's a lot of nuances to what the policies are. You know, we thought it was a straight up fine of 400 and some odd. There's those extra fees levied on top of a regular fine and so on. Just so that we actually understand what we have here. It's very, very contentious, and I will add parenthetically, doing some reading on this, we are not the only transit system struggling with this. It would help if we had the facts that just set out.
Okay. Anything else you want to say about the item in general, or is that it?
No, that's it. Yeah, thank you.
Next motion, please. TTC Chair. So, Councillor Carroll, could you describe how you'd foresee this working?
Yes. So how I see this working is breaking out of the creeping incrementalism that got us where we are today. We've all moved motions. We keep asking for numbers, but as we heard from the CEO, we really sort of ambiguously moved into this place. A massive change in the way we collect fares and a massive way in the way we ride vehicles and board them happened, and we just sort of lurched along. Oh, we're seeing something. Let's have fare enforcement officers to go with this all-door boarding. Oh, we've got some challenges with Presto. So we've moved along, and we've put the officers that we do have in some very difficult positions. And we're hearing about it from riders. And I think what we have to do is, along with the quarterly reporting, every motion that's been moved so far can be satisfied in the quarterly reporting the report says is going to happen.
Hey.
All of them can just be incorporated in all of those. But we're just going to lurch along, having these public meetings where we ask questions and we hear the deputations and the dissatisfaction, and not really beginning to wrap our head around, are there big policy changes we should make? I think a council reference group, or a commissioner reference group in this case, doesn't have the ability to make the decisions, doesn't have the ability to author a recommendation and require that it be planted in the report. But we use working groups from time to time so that staff can get some feedback before they write that report. That's how as Mr. Lee points out, that's basically how the budget working group functioned this year. I
believe you're going to get a positive reception.
Yeah, it's how we got through controversial pieces like having a drug prevention strategy in the City of Toronto. It started a council reference group, advised staff and police officers as they developed it. And the reason I'm suggesting we have this is very, very quickly this. We don't suddenly have a bunch of bad Torontonians. We created a culture of fare evasion. And you've heard that from staff today as well. When you have dealt with Presto failure after Presto failure after Presto failure, I keep going to this gate and it's broken every Monday morning. And here's me tapping the one gate and I can see 6 people going through the gate that's been broken now for 2 weeks. Screw it, I'm going through it. We for some reason we had Kids Ride Free foisted upon us, and we made Kids Ride Free and 2 years through the 3 years that are middle school, which is a whole set ridership and a set bunch of bus rides. And so the grade 6s and 7s and 8s all get on the bus together. Why the hell am I going to suddenly start paying my fare if I'm still the same height and I got to grade 8 and I turned 13 over the summer? Oh, screw it. I'm getting on, and until he hassles me, I'm going to ride. We have accidentally, and in some cases, unwittingly, and really we should have known, created a culture of fare aversion. How do you come around it? What we need to do now is not so much bash a bunch of heads enforcement, but create a culture of pay. And that's a little different than just enforce. That's a little better than just guilt. Let's create a culture. I've seen it. There is a system in Berlin where everyone is supposed to pay, but it's on the honor system. There's no turnstiles. It's just the fare media on the platform. But people know, I got to pay. I don't want the social humiliation of being checked and found not to pay.
We're on 5 minutes now.
Okay, I'm just saying that this is a culture exercise.
5 minutes, go for it.
And that's what I see that reference group doing,
No, I think
advising on culture change.
Thanks a lot. So are there any other speakers to this item? Councillor Minnan-Wong.
Yeah. I had 4 things to say. I have 3 things to say. Firstly, everyone was complaining that we're treating all these people very badly, the people that do the fare evasion. And they want us to lighten up and let up. That's where we started from, right? We had the fare payment, and we were nice to people. That's how it started. We tried the honor system, and it failed. That's how we got here today. Let's never forget that. We started with the easy system, and it failed. And then we went and we told our staff, our CEO, because we saw this hemorrhaging of $72 million, that we wanted him to curtail that. We wanted it stopped. And we gave him the resources and the direction to clean this up. So I fully support the actions of the commission, and I fully support the actions of the fare inspector. Make no mistake about it. I mean, the fare inspector that came up was great. So the message that I got from him, how he does his job, was tough but fair. And I think that's the proper balance. I don't think that these fare evaders should be treated like like precious snowflakes, nor do I think that they should be the ones that are fare evading, that that our fare inspectors should have a smile on their face. They have stolen from the TTC, and we need that money back. Thirdly, I love the ad campaign. And the reason why I love it, because I think it's effective. And the reason why I think it's effective is because everybody's talking about it. And if everybody's talking about it, it's working. And if it's making people feel bad about it, good. They should feel bad about it. The fourth thing I was going to say is there are all sorts of folks who want to make transit riding free. And but most of them don't provide a funding source, and I don't take those people seriously. Because if you don't provide a funding source, it's pie in the sky. Commissioner Karygiannis, he wants to take it from the tax base. Like, I respect him for telling us where he's going to spend the money. But I think fundamentally that discussion should take place at council, because it should take place in terms of what we're giving up instead. Because is it going to be housing? Is it going to be transportation? Is it going to be community centers? Because this money doesn't come free, and it's going to be a huge burden on the public and the taxpayers, and all of council has to decide on that.
Anybody else? I have a few words I'd like to say. I have to tell you, I am uncomfortable with the level of the fine, even the $230.35. Because I have, we all have to admit our mistakes. I've driven through a red light once or twice.
On your bike?
They typically leave me alone.
You get a bike every week, right?
No, but I do drive a car. I'm sorry to admit it, although I'm pretty close to the Ms. Crook's idea of how you should live. But I have to tell you that the fine I got for that was about the same as the fine for misusing our system, not paying your fare. And you could hurt somebody driving through a red light. And so I looked at that. And then I think about a child, somebody stealing a chocolate bar in a convenience store. Would they get a $400 fine or a $235 fine? I don't think so, because I did a little criminal work at the beginning of my career. So I sort of, 230 sounds reasonable when you look at what a Metro Pass costs, but it doesn't sound reasonable in the context of how we treat other forms of societal misconduct. And I don't know what the right fine is, but I think we should revisit it, because the board has seriously looked at it in the past. Maybe there was a very careful thought process to get to the fine that we've got. But I think we need to do it again, because it is, given the levels of evasion we have, it's important we have the fine right. Second thing I want to say is I'm disappointed by some of the rhetoric around the way people are treated by the TTC. My experience, and I am a frequent user of the TTC, is that our drivers are compassionate. our ticket takers are compassionate. If they believe that you are homeless, they're not insisting on payment. I've seen it on a bus many times. I've seen it. And so the fact is, the compassion of our employees, I am kind of resentful that there's this suggestion that there's a stormtrooper mentality, and I don't think there is. I believe that our enforcement officers are compassionate. That doesn't mean that they don't make a mistake once in a while. We all do. I'd like to then follow up with the concept of the Presto. I think the Shoppers Drug Mart model of distribution is terrible. I know that because I got my card shifted. I had to change from, I hate to admit it, I'm now a senior. And I went into a Shoppers Drug Mart. I said, how do I do this? And they said, and I had to go to the cosmetics counter to find out. There was no Presto, and I didn't buy anything. So although my daughter would have loved me to. So I went to the cosmetics counter and I said, where do I go for Presto? Because I've looked through the whole store. I can see peanuts, I can see personal hygiene. I can't see Presto anywhere because really they don't care that much about Presto. So I was told, go over to, no offense, Josie, go over to Josie at aisle 3. And so I said, well, who's that? Because there were 3 attendants there, 3 cashiers. So she pointed in this direction, and I didn't know which cashier. There was only one cashier with the machine, and you didn't know who it was. So the final thing I have to tell you about is I have been confronted for non-payment of fare. I took, like I was suggested that I should, I drove home from the cottage with a friend of mine to avoid driving a car. And I went to the Bradford GO station. I got on the Bradford GO bus. I tapped my card. I got off the Bradford bus and got on the GO train. I didn't know you were supposed to tap, tap, tap. So I then I'm halfway to Union Station. I'm thrilled with myself for having used public transit to get from my cottage, which seems to be a highly desirable social goal. And I get stopped by an enforcement officer. And I have not paid. But I paid in Bradford. And he said, but you have not paid. I said, well, I paid in Bradford. He didn't care. And so technically I could have gotten a ticket for that. It's outrageous. And if you're not a frequent user, particularly of the GO system because of the tap on and tap off, you don't understand how it works. 5 other people in the car, this is GO that claims they know what they're doing. 5 other people in the car were in exactly the same situation. It's ridiculous. And there's something wrong with the system. There's something wrong with how it's administered. This is GO now. And there's something wrong with Presto. And the amount of Presto failure I've seen in people walking through because it's open and they're in a hurry. Some people may have intention, some people don't. Try and figure out criminal intent in that scenario. It's hard for me to do. So I think this has been a very powerful day, the presentations we've received. But I would finally say that I do not believe that this is just a poverty problem. We have wide-scale fare evasion by affluent people because I've seen 2 of the more affluent high schools in this city, and I've been outside them on public transit, and I've watched what's happened. They're nice kids, but they're not paying their fare, and we've taught them not to, and we have to change that. So that's it. So we could vote on the motions. Yeah, we'll vote on item 10. Sorry, I got corrected. So can I have a motion to vote in favor of the recommendation for item 10? Commissioner Lalonde, you've been all in favor, done. And then we'll do the motions in sequence. Commissioner Bradford's motion, all in favor? Unanimous. Commissioner Karagiannis's motion, all in favor? Opposed? Doesn't carry. Next motion. Sure. Okay, all in favor of Commissioner Karagiannis's motion?
Commissioner Carroll.
Okay, well, I'll go for it.
Commissioner Karagiannis. Vice Chair Heisey.
Opposed?
Commissioner McKelvey. Commissioner Osborne opposed. Mayor Minnan-Wong. Commissioner Prentice. The motion carries.
Okay, next motion. Commissioner Osborne's motion, all in favor? That's unanimous. Next motion. Commissioner Carroll's motion, thought it was a good idea. All in favor? Gave you a plug.
Thanks for the editorial.
So the item is amended. All in favor, the staff recommendation is amended? Carried. So we have now sat here for 4 hours and 15 minutes, and I want to walk around for 5 or 10 minutes. No, so someone can pass the chair. Someone can pass the chair because I need to visit a facility. Thanks. I'll take transit to wherever I'm going.
Item 15? Item 15 has been held by Jim Karygiannis. Oh, we have documents.
Okay, where are the deps? Item 15, which is DVN Connects, is that right?
That's correct.
Recommendation, interim transit solutions, one deputant, sorry? No, two deputants. Ash Mata and Susan Wakutz. Yeah, 15. Where's the start and stop? Oh. Welcome. You have 3 minutes.
Provide a written deputation. Since Don Valley North Connects, which I will refer to as DVNC, and of which I was a member, represented the ward as a whole, the Pleasant View Community Voice represented only 10 to 15% of DVNC membership, though we deal with the primary area of congestion between Victoria Park and Don Mills. There are factors affecting this stretch that do not affect all DVNC participants to the same extent, such as no subway east of Don Mills, ramp accesses to both Highway 401 and 404 DVP, 7 traffic lights in a 1.9 kilometer stretch, the Parkway Forest group of buildings in Fairview Mall existing across from each other and virtually right after the interchanges, resulting in cars blocking lanes of through traffic. Additionally, our area has the Consumers Next redevelopment project on the south side of Shepherd, which I understand is the largest or second largest business park outside of downtown. That redevelopment was predicated on higher order transit. Though commercial redevelopment has paused due to a lack of higher order transit as potential employers don't see an efficient way to get to the business park, condominium development is ongoing. There are now 4,000 more residents living along Shepherd between Don Mills and Victoria Park, with an approved plan to bring over 11,000 more. Other issues we believe relevant to the congestion issue include improving signal timing and synchronization, enhanced left turn options, and looking at adding right turn curb lanes. We were encouraged at DVNC to engage our communities, which Pleasant View has recently done through conversations and a survey, which to date has received 57 responses. So easier for 2 of us to be here than 57. These resulted in views that differ from some of the DVNC proposed interim solutions, including up to 75% of respondents were not in favor of an HOV or dedicated bus lane. If given the choice, 79% would forego interim solutions in favor of finding a way to advance subway extension date forward. In our survey, any questions asked regarding adding additional lanes were hypothetical and in the context of a rush hour HOV or dedicated bus lane, not for the purpose of LRT over a subway. We understand an opportunity for community consultation is always provided. However, we would appreciate an opportunity to share feedback at the front end of the process. So if additional interim solution ideas are generated by TTC staff, we would appreciate the opportunity to use our survey tool to inform TTC staff rather than waiting to react to the report when ideas have been summarized. Come today representing 57 people from our community to ask that if you move forward and approve the motion, that TTC staff consult with and engage our Pleasant View community as they work through the study before reaching conclusions on the proposed interim solutions.
Thank you. You got to finish up, please, sir.
Yep. And that TTC staff dialogue with Metrolinx include looking at ways to move up Shepherd higher order transit subway timeline, in particular advancing it to Consumers Road sooner than 2041. My understanding is that in 2018 Planning Growth Committee motion was approved to have additional costing done for extending higher order transit to Consumers Road. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Councillor Karygiannis, you had questions?
Thank you. This study was done Don Valley North?
Don Valley North, when you say study, which study?
Well, you did a survey, a study.
Well, we within our ward, so Councillor Carroll took the initiative to engage the ward as a whole And so what I'm saying is that within that ward as a whole, there's this subgroup Pleasant View. So we undertook a survey within our group, given that only there was 10 to 15%
So
representation. of
you,
DVN as
you're
a whole.
advocating for a BRT, like a bus dedicated route?
No, what we're saying is that among the suggestions made by
Will you
DVN North,
allow me to finish
Sorry.
my question? Are you advocating for a BRT line or some sort of a line in order to move buses faster from Leslie to Agincourt? Agincourt GO Station, would I be correct?
no. So DVN as a group, one of the recommendations, which I believe would have been in the package to the board, included suggestions such as HOV lanes or dedicated bus lanes. That is DVN as a whole, representing the ward
Right,
as a
so
whole.
you're advocating for...
No, I'm looking to finish. So within our subgroup, Pleasant View, we're saying we're not fully supportive of that because it will take away lanes in this very congested stretch between Victoria Park and Don Mills. So if you're asking for what our big picture ask is, it's a subway along the stretch, but
Thank you.
Okay?
Appreciate it.
Councillor Carroll?
Yeah, so just to clarify, this in effect, this is a minority report. That's what the DVN motion is. I don't see it in the package here, but I did have it in my office. There was a paper copy of this deputant's statement that he just made? Yes. Oh, you do have it, okay. I'm wondering, because it has a range of options, it says not a BRT, but then it has unless and adds some conditions, and you got at them in your deputation. Would it be a friendly amendment if we took that report and asked that it be attached to the DVN motion, so that if they are going to report out, they report out on your statement as well?
So if I'm understanding correctly, the written motion I provided to the board, that be attached to the motion?
That be attached. So that if we're asking for staff to take a look at their own solutions possibly, but also your concerns, they look at it all together.
I am open to that, but I guess the general added point is that as they come up with new ideas, we don't want to be just at the back end, okay, we got your report and you know, we went and did what we did, we came with our ideas, now you get to react at this stage in the cycle. My corporate experience has always been engaging people throughout or during the cycle, but I am open to adding.
Right. You
what I
have been
provided.
engaged throughout the cycle.
Right, but I'm talking when the TTC, if the motion is approved, when TTC staff are engaged in their work.
Right, and we've gone over this, in an informal meeting, but just to put it on the record, to ask on a public question, you've been informed that the big ask here, if staff came back and said, you're right, somehow between now and when there is a subway, we're going to need a bus lane, that would be subject to an EA and the full consultation process. You're aware of that?
I am aware of that. I
Yeah.
guess what I'm also.
So there
and
would
it
be more engagement.
There would be more engagement. We're just saying right now, we know from our 57 people, they are not in this, 75%, sorry, our 57 people, 75% are not, for our stretch at least, supportive of an HOV or a dedicated bus lane, because it will suck up a lane of traffic.
And would you be willing to provide me with the survey, what the questions were and that how it was circulated, that sort of thing? Not
I
doesn't
would,
have to be right this very minute, but
Yeah.
just so that if I'm attaching it, I'm able to answer questions, refer them to the right people, et cetera, et cetera.
So, yeah, and Susan is
As
the
long
one who
as
undertook
those things
that.
are
and that's-
available, I
yeah.
think we can simply attach it so that they have regard for it. Yeah.
So definitely Susan can be, and myself can be available to do that.
Excellent, excellent. Okay. Oh, as in answer to the question, or did you want to?
yes.
Oh, I didn't know if the chair was planning to, because we have both names down to speak. Go ahead.
Just in terms of.
Sorry,
your specific-
madam,
Sorry.
are you speaking? Okay, fair enough. So let's just procedurally, no further questions for this deputy, the gentleman?
I think she was just adding to the answer to the question that I asked. Is what was going on.
Well, I'm going to say, well, she was technically out of time, but if you just want to finish up.
Well.
Go ahead.
I guess don't mind me just saying, clarification. The DVN Connect group, they came up with recommendations, and because Ash was only 10% of that group voice at the time, the consensus was that those recommendations would be good ideas. But when we surveyed the community, which most buy those lanes, we wanted to know that 75% are saying no. So our concern is what happens if staff come up with other ideas. We don't want to report coming back without having the opportunity to be able to do the same thing. That those are most effective.
Right. Okay. Yeah.
All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Questions of staff on this item? Seeing none. Speakers? Councillor Carroll?
So I'm going to move that the communication item that we received be attached in the motion, because my motion asks that staff report back, and I just want to make sure they have regard for it. So what DVN Connects is an interesting process. I think that I think bears looking at. What DVN Connects was by doing broad call out to the community to say we want to do a consultation, but we need to do a consultation that happens over time, that includes foundational knowledge, then looks at the current situation, et cetera, et cetera. We got a few hundred applicants. Then we through a name blind study so that I didn't say, well, I know that person, that person, that person. Our staff went through what's their profile in their applications without looking at the names, so that the group is a smaller group. It's only about 40 people and probably about, 20, 25 regular attendees. But of that group, you have car drivers, transit riders, post-working people, students, and working people. So a broad cross-section, and they tried as much as possible to make it geographically representative. That's why, Bryan Village takes up about 15% of the geography of the ward. It also made up about 15%, 10 to 15% of the group. So they did their best to do that. The person on my staff who did it is a planner, so he's used to having to figure out how to do this reflective stuff. But as always happens, a group does their work, and then what you hear is a minority report comes forward. Okay, but we want a deeper look at our neighborhood. What I'm asking for in presenting this motion on behalf of DVN Connects and the community members who are coming forward with theirs is that staff now turn their minds to Shepherd. Our concern is this: due to the red hot real estate market in the area, all of the development proposals that were approved as a result of Transit City, and now ones that are going through expedited on the basis of, it looks like now it's going to be a subway. So now we're seeing upzoning, we're seeing a lot going in, and it is happening. It's happening so fast, in fact, that Mr. Matta just demonstrated. He said commercial development is on hold. In fact, it's not. The most recent application in my office includes a 19-story office building in Consumers Next, fronting right onto Shepherd. So that's all continuing because the demand is continuing to drive things into the area with no higher order transit. The higher order transit was supposed to be there in 2016. And I have a couple of buildings occupying every year in the area, formerly Councillor Kelly's and now Councillor Karagiannis's. There's the big Pinnacle project currently under construction. So time is marching on. What the group got to is there's going to be a real problem. And if TTC could turn their minds to it, you tell us, what are the real ridership projections?
You can wind it up, Sean.
Sure. What are the real ridership projections? But I just wanted to leave you with this thought. What came not from me, but from one of the DVN Connects person has said, you have real potential here. Metrolinx is about to realign their Oriole GO station with the Leslie subway station. There's the Agincourt. Now that the grade separation there, it's easy to get to the Agincourt GO station. What happens between those two places other than just development and added population? We just want to ask, and I did a post-budget so that it would be clear. I'm not trying to sink something into the most recent budget or the very next budget. You take a look and come back and you tell us, how urgent is this situation, and do any of the things that the community thinks
wrap it up,
solutions Do they represent as solutions?
Thanks a lot. Councillor Karygiannis, your motion's been presented?
Yes, can we put it up, please? Thank you, Molly. Is going to be getting something like about 20,000 apartment units.
Really?
My colleague mentioned Pinnacle, but there's far more than Pinnacle all along Shepherd. There's going to be all kinds of construction going on. However, one of the things that is happening that we shouldn't be blindsided is that people now that Shepherd has been saturated, people are looking at Finch. I've got something like about 6 active developments happening on Finch and more coming around the corner. And I would like the staff to take a look at Finch. Finch is one of our busiest corridors. I believe, I could be mistaken, but I was told by staff it's busier than Shepherd. And we can look at having some sort of a route between Yonge Street to out to Markham. And that could remain there after, I mean, the Shepherd is something that's going to come in temporarily until the subway gets built. But if we do something at Finch, Finch can remain there afterwards, and this could be another additional east-west corridor that we can have.
I'd have a question of the mover. I'm sorry, when we talked earlier, I didn't know that this is the motion you were going to move. I'm not sure if you noticed, the motion that's before us about Shepherd is about the lack of higher order transit in the medium term, meaning that it is proposed and the province intends to do something there. It's part of the provincial transportation plan. Is this motion not a standalone motion that you're asking them to evaluate higher order transit at all?
I'm asking them to also evaluate, along with they're doing Shepherd, also to look at Finch, because Finch is going to be something that's going to be getting, we're going to be getting a lot more. I hope that you did listen to what I said, that I have 6 developments happening on Finch, and I think that if we're going to look at it wholeheartedly, we should look stuff north of 401, not just one off on Shepherd, but other possibilities north of the 401.
Right. But I now that I've listened to that and your earlier comments, I wonder if you listened to my question. Do you not see the difference between asking about what to do in an area that is already built into the plan and will have higher order transit? What should we do in the meantime? Do you not see that a motion that says, and should we have higher order transit on another street at all, is a standalone motion, not really an add-on to a motion that's looking at a street that's already in the transit plan? You're trying to move something into a transit plan. I'm asking for information on something that is in a transit plan.
And I'm asking for additional information.
Do you see that one is standalone to the other in some respects?
Through the chair,
Did you listen to my question? Could I get the answer to the question?
Through the chair, I want to thank you for your question. I'm also asking for Finch to be included. If you got a problem with that, I'm sorry, I cannot help you.
Okay, I have a point of order then, Mr. Chair.
Are you challenging the motion?
Mr. Chair, I have a point of order.
Okay.
The motion that I'm moving is asking for information about a route that is in the Premier's transit plan.
Okay.
This is a motion that asks about whether or not a street should be added to the Premier's transit plan. I believe it is standalone, so I would rather it be moved as a motion that does not have a header that says, notice of motion, DVN connects.
Okay, if you don't want to have that, that's fine.
It's just not an amendment. It's a standalone motion that doesn't have a lot to do with Shepherd East, which is already in the Premier's transit plan.
I view that as a friendly amendment.
That's fine.
Okay, so then if we'll vote on the motion for item number 15 first, the notice of motion. All in favor? Approved. Councillor Karygiannis's motion is a standalone motion. All in favor? Great. Item 16, Councillor Karygiannis, I understand you, I've forgotten, but I think you held that.
I believe we've got deputies, don't we?
No, there's no deputy.
Okay, no, I'm fine with it.
Okay, all in favor of item 16?
Oh, the service plan? Yeah.
It's a motion by a councillor, I believe. Councillor Bradford.
Yep.
You want to take a second to look at it? Okay, all in favor of the motion? Good. Item 17, we have deputations.
Could I have to do my deputation first?
You are first.
Then I can get on, and I can do my deputation, take a few times for questions, and then get on my wheel trans buses.
Okay.
So,
Adam, you don't want to speak to item 18, by the way? You're listed for item 18 as well.
what's item 18?
Presto, but it'll be one of the last items. I just wanted you to know that you're listed
I
there.
know I'm listed, but because of accessibility, I can't stay there.
Okay. So item 16?
So
Or
basically,
item 17.
I'm basically gonna, in a way, because they're sort of connected, what I'm gonna say, I'm gonna speak to some both. But don't worry, it all will work fine. What I wanna say is, when you were doing the studies, I just, right now, even though we've pretty much all agreed that there is a lot of fare evading by individuals that can pay, my concern is that when you're doing the studies of fare evasion, you always keep track of where you can buy your certain items, whether it be Presto, whether it be the new limited use media, that you make sure that the purchase network is capable in that area to help individuals that don't have a computer, that don't have the proper debit credit card. Luckily, I have family that supports me, that helps me load my Presto card. I do have a computer, but I don't have the credit card to do the on the computer Presto loading. So I want to make sure that the network is close enough for people with disabilities, and that's why on the Metrolinx Presto thing, that's why I wanted you guys in your inquiry to push hard to get a stronger, more robust dealer network and get some dealers that actually want to sell the TTC fare and not just shoppers that just made it as a wonderful deal years ago with their friendly government. Thank
you very much, Adam. Any questions for him? Okay, the next speaker is Shastri Crooks. You have 3 minutes.
These already draconian fare evasion policies in item 17. This motion's recommendation, as moved by Brad Bradford, or rather parts of it, seeks to break the cohesive culture we have here in Toronto. It seeks to further polarize our population through the criminalization of so-called fare evasion. In particular, I'm disgusted with recommendation approaches 2C and 2D. The former stating a sliding scale of fines with increasing penalties over time, and the latter stating a sliding scale of fines based on different types of offenses, such as elevated fines for customers in use of fraudulent child passes. 2C seeks to increase penalties for offenses over time, to which I ask, at what amount will that be capped? Will this amount go into the thousands? The maximum penalty as it stands today is $425, an incredibly taxing amount for the city's poor and working class, who are most likely to evade fares due to unaffordability and inaccessibility to create capital for themselves. 2D seeks to distinguish between different tiers of non-paying, and it utilizes the example of fraudulent use of child Presto passes. The reason being is that it proposes elevated penalties for such actions. What is the increased penalty? This is vague. This vague language is concerning. Is it incarceration? Is it a charge of theft? Is it a charge of fraud? Which today I found out it can be. And also, is it the isolation of TTC services? The recommendation is quite vague, as aforementioned, and it opens a Pandora's box of possibilities. So concerned, I ask, why does the TTC and its board members believe in the possibility of incarcerating, criminalizing, and further impoverishing through debt by increased fines of the city's poor and working class? I ask for these two recommendations of the motion 17C and D to be substituted immediately.
Questions for the deputant? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Well, I understand that the motion may have an amendment. If we could put that up.
Yep.
Councillor Bradford and Carol can speak to it.
Thanks. I'll move the motion with the amendment. Basically, we're just having this come back through Q4 2020. However, staff want to bring this back here. I think that because it is a broad strategy, there's different ways in which they could report back on that. So that's a recommendation from staff. Doesn't change the intent of the motion. So that's in front for everyone's consideration. I spoke to this earlier, just in response to the comments that we heard. That's really certainly not the intention of the motion. And in fact, actually what we're trying to do is have staff come back with approaches as the language is quite literal there in the motion. I think it's always dangerous when people on the floor specify and set the terms of these sort of things without doing the research or having the information to be considered. So actually what I wouldn't do is something overly prescriptive. I would ask the experts and the staff to actually consider it as part of all of the simultaneous AG Ombudsman's report, the FAIR strategy, and what we're doing with revenue protection. So that still remains the intention of the motion, and it's before the Commission for consideration. Thank you.
So, Commissioner Lalonde? Sure, please.
The question of the mover is, do we still need this motion given the earlier motion that was approved that's going to effectively appoint a working group to get at, I think, the very issues that you're talking about here?
I don't think it hurts to have the motion, but I appreciate that, and I had actually mentioned earlier that this probably could have been combined with item 11 that was my point. I was like, this is all very related, but we kept them separate. But certainly these are exactly the sort of things that can be worked on by the staff and the working group and the commission.
Okay, any Councillor Commissioner De Laurentiis.
A couple of the sections, the sliding scale recommendations really implies that there would be data available at the point where the fine is levied, right? Because if you haven't paid your fine, then so I guess this may be a question more to the staff and something that can be reported back on. But I would doubt that we would be able to deliver that kind of data to the individual inspector so that this could be done. But I'll leave it with the staff.
I don't know if you want me to respond, but I think that actually we heard some really interesting information today from our special constables and staff about how there's the maximum fine, but there's also fines issued at different price points, different fine levels. And so I imagine that data is collected, of course, because they know the tickets and the fines that are being issued. And I think that, to a number of folks' points here today, we really need to have a conversation about the price points of the fines, and I think basically everybody agrees on that. I would say that I think the top end is definitely too high, and someone was making the point about I think it was our Vice Chair Heisey talking about you run a red light and it's basically the same as evading 325 fare, and that seems out of whack. So all of these things will be considered by staff, respective of this motion, I think through the subcommittee as well. Like, there's lots of places, but we need to kind of coordinate these things, and that was the intention of the motion.
Oh, sorry, if I can just expand. It implies, because it addresses the individual, it implies that there is data on the penalty level to that individual. So if they're an offender the second time, the only way you're going to know that is if the inspector can get that data at that point in time. And again, I don't know that we want to go to that detailed kind of data download, and I don't know that we can, but I'd leave that to the staff.
My only thing as seconder is to say that the reason I think the motion isn't redundant, even given the earlier discussion, is really it is a paper form agenda for the working group to work their way through.
The board, because that I'm proposing, and the reason I'm putting it to you is you're going to get a chance to speak to this on another occasion. If you feel the need that you still need to speak to it, knock yourself out. I'm not saying you shouldn't, but we're going to ask for a report back to the June meeting, at which you may want to come back and talk to us then about this issue as well. So if you're happy to do it twice, I'm fine with that, but I wanted you to know. Could you put the motion up, please? No, I just wanted the deputants to know what the motion is, so that they understand the process that we're proposing. So, Mr. Yule, if you'd like to proceed, then you have 3 minutes.
Where's the motion?
Oh, no, there it is. So this is a request by the local councillor, Councillor Wong Tam, and I'm suggesting that we get a report back on the councillor's motion at our June meeting, so we can deal with it in a thoughtful way after we've had staff input. So, Mr. Yule, proceed.
This is a well-meaning letter from Councillor Wong Tam. On the surface, it sounds as if the noise levels are truly horrendous. Except we've already been down this track before. Since the issue was first brought to the TTC in 2016, many changes have been done to accommodate this community. All track components were inspected and confirmed to be in good condition. Track-level lubrication systems have been installed.
That's interesting. Sorry.
The new low-floor streetcars have onboard lubrication systems. The old ones did not. Wheel-mounted noise dampening rings were in the prototype testing phase as of Q4 of 2017. Studies were done on similar switch intersections, Bathurst and Fleet, and Queen and Broadview. Of the 3 intersections, Queen and Sumac is the quietest. There are streetcar intersections far louder than the King and Sumac intersection. Trust me, I'm a Queen and Roncy boy. King and Sumac is not only the quietest intersection, but is also the intersection with the lowest population density. All reasonable noise accommodations at this intersection have been done. Further sound accommodations at King and Sumac could threaten our entire streetcar network. Streetcars have a tendency to rumble through intersections, and sometimes their wheels screech on occasion. With each successive generation of vehicle, that wheel noise has decreased. As cities get bigger, they have a tendency to get less quiet. It seems the hallmark of any Toronto transit plan that there are always some people that are not happy with it. All that can and should be done in this intersection has been done. This is a low-density intersection in a high-density part of our city. Our city is growing. I'm sorry, but it leaves 2 options for the residents of this intersection. Invest in new earplugs or invest in a realtor. Thank you.
Meredith Mednick. Sure. I'm sorry, I wanted you to know what the plan was, and if you disagree with what the recommendation is, I'd be pleased to hear from you. I don't know who told you that. I'm sorry.
What's gone on in this intersection since 2016. So all that data is there for you. I've spared you all the paperwork and all the handouts. Thank you for taking the time to hear from me today. I will spare your ears from the noise. However, I think it is maybe important that you listen to them because we've been here for 4 hours and 46 minutes, and maybe it will wake you up. My husband Jason and I have been directly impacted by the screeching and squealing from the streetcar since July 2016 as we live in a home on the east side of Sumac Street, 99 meters north of the King-Sumac intersection. We have owned our home since January 2006 and have never been impacted by anything as severe as this. Nor would we have anticipated that the TTC adding this service would have caused such a disruption to our neighborhood and our quality of life. When this line was initially thought of, the TTC and the city had discussions and the area was assured that the streetcar technology had advanced to a point where noise would not be an issue as it was once previously. In July 2016, upon returning from a 2-week vacation, we heard an awful screeching and squealing noise, and we did not know where it had come from. After hearing the noise repeatedly for several days, we realized this was because of the 514 Cherry streetcar, now 504. Through discussions with our neighbors, we were informed that TTC staff and our councillor's office, Pam McConnell at the time, had been made aware of issues caused by the installation of these tracks, and there had been several correspondence with them since early 2015 regarding the excessive speed and disruption this was causing. When the 514 route became operational, our neighbors informed TTC staff, Diego Sinagoga and Paul Tran, on July 6th of the latest noise issues with regard to the streetcar. As the TTC community liaisons and our then councillor and her staff had been unsuccessful in effectively communicating with TTC to reduce the screeching and squealing, I emailed Andy Byford, then CEO, on August 2nd, 2016 to alert him of these issues. Within 1 hour, Andy had replied that this was the first he had been made aware of the excessive noise, and his comments were, "I will instruct my team to take immediate action to correct this. It may be that we need to apply lubricant to the track. Please accept my apologies for the distress. Now that I am aware, this will be fixed." Later in that day at 3:42, he provided a further update that the teams are looking into this. We will crack this to an acceptable level as soon as possible. With little follow-up from anybody at the TTC, Mr. Byford, in a note to Mr. Leary on September 26, 2016, noted, "I have made it clear that there will never be no noise, and just as a side note, we all understand that. But I am not convinced we have done everything possible. I know you inherited this, but your people must do better and right now." 3.5 years later, now Rick's people have not done better and they've not acted right now. Unfortunately, since his promise of noise reduction to a reasonable level, there have been no steps taken by the TTC that have been able to reduce the screeching and squealing to an acceptable level. When the story was first highlighted in CFRB News Talk 1010, Shelley Carroll, then councillor, now commissioner, in a roundtable on Moore in the Morning did agree that the noise was excessive. I assure you this is not a case of NIMBYism, as we bought our home in 2006 before this was an issue. For over 3.5 years, our community and elected officials have had various meetings with TTC staff, including now CEO Rick Leary. We were assured that everything was being done. We were also assured that the new streetcars would solve the problem. When that became not the issue, we were then assured that new noise-bearing rings were being ordered. As of 2019, July 25th, 2019, there were 2 sets of noise-dampening rings installed on these streetcars, and one of the reasons why there were delays and why these noise-dampening rings were taking so long to be installed was because, shocker, TTC had to ensure that Bombardier had the warranty rights to this.
I'm going to give you another 30 seconds, and then I'm going to call it.
If it wasn't thought of that Bombardier would have an issue to this, then why were the noise-dampening rings thought of as a solution? Right now, we stand February 2020 with possibly fewer than 40% of the TTC low-flexity streetcars being exclusively used on the 504 route having this. So, Commissioner Carroll, in 2016, you recognized the noise was unacceptable. It is now 2020, and this is still going on. I would hope that in your position as a board member and a commissioner of the TTC, you can hold TTC accountable to immediate corrective action to crack this once and for all. I would also add that in 2016 and 2017, when the service was taken away at night and then put back because of people with physical disabilities, which I respect, nobody took into account anybody's invisible mental anxiety. I have a generalized...
Sorry, you got it. I gave you another minute.
Impacted me as... I'm sorry, I never once laughed at your physical disability. A generalized anxiety disorder is a very real problem, and being met with this every single night and every single day has increased my anxiety levels tenfold. So you tell me, why is it fair that I'm being subjected to this, yet the people elsewhere don't have this problem?
Thanks very much. Commissioner Karygiannis may have a question for you.
Thank you. I really appreciate you being here and the level of frustration that you're telling us. I feel for you. My question is this: has city bylaw come by and measured the decibels or the noise level?
TTC has done independent third-party acoustic testing. This was all in my long notes,
Yep.
however, I didn't have enough time to do it. Every single time that the TTC has done acoustic testing has been during ideal weather conditions. Stephen Lamb, the
Let
retired...
me ask the question again. if I
I'm
may.
not... You're not letting me answer the question that you posed to me.
My question that I posed to you is, has bylaw officials come by and measure the noise?
I am aware that he has measured...
Have you asked for bylaw enforcement to come by and measure the noise?
I believe that that is something that our counselor and her office could do if they wanted to, but I also don't necessarily feel that it's necessary considering that there has been testing done.
Thank you.
Oh, sorry. My counselor, who I share the floor with, can answer that question. I don't work for the city. I'm just a citizen who has been heavily disrupted.
Would Councillor Wong Tam like to speak today?
Thank you.
Anything you'd like to add?
Thank you. I recognize that it's been a very long meeting for the commission, so I don't want to necessarily take up any more time. I want to thank Councillor Carroll for tabling
You're welcome.
the letter, because I know that you've been a fantastic advocate for our local community, and I just want to recognize that that effort was taken on behalf of Councillor Carroll. I won't. I think it's important to note that I do believe that everyone at the TTC has been working in good faith trying to resolve this particular matter. I want to thank the staff for the work that they've undertaken so far. I recognize that if there was a particularly easy fix, you would have done it by now. I do think that what's important to note is that a lot of that effort undertaken by the TTC staff has been off on the side, perhaps not with adequate report back through this particular channel. So the one thing I think that might be helpful to keep the body of work on track is to make sure that any of the report back mechanism is through this public forum. So therefore, we can also have an understanding of what happens next. So that's why the letter is tabled before you. I recognize, Mr. Chair, that you've actually taken particular carriage of it and asking staff to report back in June, which will give our local community a chance to understand all the summary actions that you have taken, and then perhaps the local community can come out even beforehand to then perhaps work with you to a satisfactory resolution, or perhaps come back in June to speak to this matter again. So I just wanted to acknowledge that and also to just offer myself if there are any questions of myself or the contents of the letter. And then to thank the local community for their patience, because I know you've been waiting for a very long day to have your 4 minutes of speaking time. Thank you very much.
Yep, we can be tight because I've been dealing with this situation and this whole thing from day one. And just to let you know, there's invisible disabilities, and being multiply disabled is one thing. So you can I'll call you out too. So Chair, I have multiple disabilities, not just in a wheelchair. I have friends that still live in the area. I was asked to be here to speak on this because I've been dealing with this whole cherry car thing from day one. The building that I lived in, my friends live in now still, you can actually feel the streetcars some days. There are days where you can feel the rumble. From the building window, you can see the streetcar line, the loop, French Street, Cherry Street. It'd be nice if you paid attention. So I've been dealing with this from day one. I've been at every single streetcar meeting I've been able to get to. I traveled here from unfortunately losing my place. We ended up in Mississauga. So I traveled from Mississauga for this item. I have much to say about this, but the simple fact is the TTC has spent millions and millions and millions of dollars and hours dealing with this issue. placating these residents' concerns. I only see one resident here. I don't see a petition. I don't see a group of residents here. The person that is most people that wanted that line are not just people with physical disabilities. It's helping the distillery district during the holidays. That streetcar line is desperately needed down there, or you have very little to no transit. Or walk through a very dangerous intersection to access any transit. One of the biggest things about this is that it's a city. We're growing. We're getting better transit. You can't deal with it. Move to the suburbs where there's less transit, less noise. The TTC has spent time and time and time again. And Rick Leary, you know this. You were there at that meeting. You rode the bus with us back to downtown. What else can be done? The TTC is bent over backwards time and time and time again. What do you want them to do? Kill off the streetcars? Thousands of people use that streetcar on King every day. Should we inconvenience thousands for a few? The Cherry Car line going down to the South End, it brings diversity in marketplace. It brings tourists.
Got 15 seconds, Ms. Daigle?
Yep. My last point here is, how much more money are we going to throw at this? People need to just get used to it. It's a big city. As Alan said, there are other streetcar loops that are a heck of a lot more noisy.
2 minutes, we're done.
Thank you.
Thanks a lot. So we have a motion in front of us, the motion to have a report back in June, which I think is a reasonable time frame. And I'm sorry it might require residents to come back, but I don't know any other way to resolve this matter without a careful discussion. And I would say we do have two different views of the streetcar issue. We had a gentleman speak before the local resident who made it sound like there wasn't a problem, and we need to get to the bottom of it because it certainly sounds like residents think that there is. So all in favor of this motion? Yes. Well, they said yes. Okay. No, thanks for...
Just asking, is the motion still, it continues to say November, so...
My motion says June. Report back in June. Sorry.
Okay.
Is that okay? If there's a problem, let's do it again. So...
I'm interested in why to amend that motion.
Someone did it for me. It's a referral, and I just took direction from people who know procedural things better than me. Okay, all in favor of the motion that's up on the board? Great, thank you. Thanks for coming today. So item 6, just so we didn't leave any controversial items till the very end, the Wheel-Trans contract. So I hope that Mr. Zambri and Ms. Mihal can do a combined presentation, if that's possible. And we always like hearing from the ATU. So if you can tell us what your thoughts are. Okay, thanks, that's great.
Hey, good afternoon. I am Ross Zambri, Executive Board Member with ATU 113. I am the elected representative for a number of different groups of TTC workers, including TTC Wheel-Trans operators. I have asked to address you today to make sure you are aware of significant concerns which Local 113 and its members have concerning the contracting out of taxi cabs to provide Wheel-Trans service and the procurement of vehicles for the Wheel-Trans fleet. As you know, the TTC has dedicated workforce of approximately 381 Wheel-Trans operators. Our operators are highly trained and dedicated professionals whose working lives are dedicated to serving the public transit needs of persons with whom regular transit is not accessible. Local 113 members provide the finest service using dedicated purpose-built vehicles. However, there has been a steady erosion in the use of TTC workers and TTC vehicles to provide this service. TTC has entered into an agreement with Local 113 to provide that no less than 38% of Wheel-Trans service will be provided by commissioned vehicles. This commitment has been suspended for time but came into effect April 1st, 2018. It is my great regret to report that the Commission has consistently failed to meet this commitment. In fact, the percentage of Wheel-Trans service provided by commissioned vehicles is significantly less than 38% agreed to, and has been at times since the agreement was reached. At present, commission vehicles are being used for less than 25% of the Wheel-Trans service. It would require more than a 50% increase in the commissioned vehicles in order for the Commission to meet its contractual commitment. Local 113 has been forced to go to arbitration to have this matter addressed, and we are still in that process. However, the failure of the Commission to honor its commitments is resulting in substantial ongoing liability for the Commission. This is in no one's interest, to be clear. Local 113 would prefer to have the TTC abide by its commitments than to win compensation for the failing to do so after the fact. I am here to ask you to ensure that the Commission live up to its agreements and its obligations. Specifically, I am here to ask you whether entering into these taxi cab contracts and the procurement is going to increase the percentage of Wheel-Trans service provided by commissioned vehicles, and if not, why not? Commission employees are providing a great service.
Zambri, if you could wrap it up.
Yeah, we are keeping our end of the bargain every day. We are asking that the Commission do the same. Thank you.
Questions for the deputant? Okay, thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Mr. Dillon, Gurjeet Dillon. Oh, sorry, I apologize. Ms. Dillon. I should just use names.
I just want to say that we support the staff report, and it's been a long day, so I would go ahead and withdraw my deputation.
And I'm sorry, and who are you, if you can tell us why you're here supporting the ATU on this item?
Oh, no, the staff recommendation through...
You're supporting the staff recommendation?
Correct.
Okay, thank you very much.
And I just want to withdraw my deputation.
Okay, thanks a lot. That's very kind of you. There's a request to now go in camera. Actually, well, there's two things I've got to deal with. The first one is, I hope that everyone's read the report, and I don't think we should need a staff presentation. That's my first proposition to you. If that's correct, then I would request that we then go in camera. We've got two items to discuss in camera, item 6 and item 18. And item 6, that the board recesses the committee of the whole. So is there sort of general agreement that we've all read the agenda and we don't need the staff presentation? Okay? So then, that we can then say that the board recesses the committee of the whole to consider matters related to litigation or potential litigation, including information that is subject to solicitor-client privilege in relation to items 6 and 18 of this agenda. So I have, do I have support for that motion? All in favor? Done. Okay. So we need everybody to leave the room who's not an employee of the TTC or a city councilor. I think they're entitled to be here too, if they'd like to be.
That's the only exception.
Oh, is it? Oh, I didn't know that. So we are now going, I've got a motion, there's two motions on the Wheel-Trans contract in addition to the staff recommendation. And I thought one of them was shown to you about a future study. We'll put them up.
No, just taxis?
Yes.
Yours and Denzel's.
So this is the first motion. And why don't we look at them both before we ask questions of the movers? Because there's only two motions. So, oh, what's it called?
Licensing and governance, I think.
Okay.
I believe that's.
So this has no impact on the current contract. It's only a discussion and a study of how other people do business. And so we can look at it over a multi-year period and see if that might affect whatever decision we might make in 4 or 5 years' time. Pardon me? No, I don't know what that's going to say. I haven't done the study yet. So then Councillor Min Wong's motion, if we can put that up. Next award of service. Could you explain this, Councillor Min Wong?
Sure. In the past, I think at least 3 contracts, the TTC has been, let's say, slow in starting the procurement process. So a 5-year contract turns into a 6-year contract. This is giving them direction to start the process well ahead of the end of the 5-year term of this contract, so that when we say it's 5 years, it actually is 5 years, and we don't have to get extensions.
So all in favor of this? Done. And Councillor Min Wong's motion, which I think is a good motion to keep us on top of things. Moved. Then the staff recommendation as amended by these motions. All in favor? And then I think unbelievably we're at motion to adjourn.
No.
Damn. 18, right. The one item I brought, yeah, that's funny.
So they have 2 recommendations.
I'm getting tired, yeah. So we have 2 recommendations: to adopt the recommendations set out in the confidential attachment, and to authorize that the information contained in the confidential attachment remain confidential in its entirety as it contains information subject to solicitor-client privilege. All in favor of the motion I forgot about?
Motion to adjourn.
Motion to adjourn, now I can do it. Ron did that with enthusiasm.
Let the minutes stay.
I made it before 7. 1 minute.
Good.